saying like that's what I think is gonna go down. But we'll see. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
I'm excited though. I'm excited.
Well, we should be live. So, hey everybody.
Hello.
Welcome. This is going to be casual. You want high stakes? Go somewhere else.
Get the fuck out of here.
This is the first ever Joyclicks Awards. Joyclicks Game of the Year Awards. We are going to be going through some categories, choosing the nominees, whittling down, throwing some things on there, figuring out what are the nominees that get the honor of being discussed and debated over what should be the victor. So we got 10 categories. We're going to go through all of those, and of course we will crown a Game of the Year for the channel. Before we get to all of that though, my name is Christian Buckley. I'm joined by Kevin Diaz and Jack Martin. How are you two doing?
Howdy. Doing good.
I'm doing great. Doing just fantastic.
Also, we got Jose Vega in the chat. Welcome. Thanks for tuning in.
The homie. What's
Hello.
good, Jose?
So a little brief precursory talk, I guess. Like, we did a bunch of top 10s over this year, really, and we were mostly agreeable on all of that. Do you guys think, Kevin, you first, do you think that we're gonna be on the same page with most of these awards? Like, do you think it's gonna be a hotter debate than the once in a generation lists?
I think for some categories, yes, but I think most notably, I think it's going to be me and Jack versus Christian. I think that might be a trend. Maybe. We'll see.
Mhm.
Maybe it might flip. Maybe it might be me and Christian versus Jack. I don't know. We'll see. Or maybe it's y'all versus me. I don't know.
I find with this group that we tend to agree upon the things that actually matter and like vehemently disagree upon absolute bullshit. So I think with some of the less important categories, I think we'll find more heat than with like the Game of the Year.
I
think.
have one to start off with. All right.
Mm-hmm.
The Polar Express is a phenomenal Christmas movie.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's phenomenal. Phenomenal.
It makes me uncomfortable.
It's
Why
top-
does it look
That's
that
fair.
way? They're all
It's
disgusting. Like,
It's top three. Top three.
no.
Top three.
I can't render an opinion on that movie. I haven't seen it in a while.
Oh, it's
But I don't
fantastic.
remember loving it. I gotta be honest with you.
It's fantastic.
It's just it's a conversation for another day.
Yeah.
So I'll just read through what we got going on for the rules of everything. We got, like I said, 10 categories. We're going to be whittling down each subcategory to 5 nominees. Currently, we have a range of nominee options on a Google Doc, so we're going to be going through those, narrowing it down to our picks for nominees, and then we will come to a consensus. We are accepting 10 nominees for Game of the Year. We're going to do some mix for specifically Game of the Year, because I think that might be the one that has the most room for discussion about it, through like a ranked choice voting system, and then like spring off from there to see like if there's common ground. Yeah, I think that's everything. Do you have any questions before we get going with the first category?
Let's just jump into it.
I think we're good.
All right. First up, this one, I really like the idea of this category. It is best game to play in one weekend. Not every game needs to be 95 hours long, you know? Like, some games can just be 5 or 8. So, currently what we're sitting at right now with our list of nominees is Spider-Man Miles Morales, Bugsnax, Resident Evil 3, Star Wars Squadrons. We can, again, there's room for more. I personally think that the best game to play in one weekend category doesn't necessarily mean a time frame, because like I know Jack beat Fallen Order in a weekend. He platinumed it in a weekend, so like
It's all relative given the player.
yeah. So what do we think about the current pool? Is there anything outstanding that you guys played this year that you want to throw in there?
I want to get this out of the way. Of the ones that you just listed, I've only played Miles Morales.
Okay.
So overall, I can only render my opinion on that game. So yeah, just throwing that out there.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so I've played all of these.
Hmm.
I think the one that you can get through the quickest, which is not the main criteria of this,
Right.
is I think Resident Evil 3 might be, no, it's not. Squadrons is definitely the shortest.
Okay.
I think Squadrons is shortest. Maybe Bugsnax, RE3, and then Miles Morales. Maybe. But I think the best game out of these to play in one weekend that is a complete package. All these are complete packages, but like one that I think is the most satisfying overall is Miles Morales. I think that you're gonna get the best bang from your buck from this without it taking 30 plus hours to beat or whatever. It's definitely a weekend game for sure. Yeah. I think Miles is the one. I think you can make a case for any of these. Bugsnax, if you want to have just like a super endearing time. Squadrons, you know, Squadrons. I wish it was more, but it is what it is. RE3, not a bad pick either, but I think Miles Morales is the one that takes this one.
Sure. Where I'm sitting at it right now, because I can't think. Like, Kevin, do you think Astro would be something you want to throw into this mix?
Ooh,
I know you're big on Astro.
One. Damn it. Yeah, that's a really let's talk. Dang.
That's like best game to beat in an evening, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, that's like super. I mean,
I know. Well, like I said,
Which
it doesn't
again, relative,
have. Yeah,
but-
it's relative. It
Yeah,
doesn't really have
yeah.
to be fully. You need 2
Yeah,
nights to
no,
do
I'm-
this. Just like.
Yeah, I'm not arguing against that. I was just saying like that's can fit in this category. It is like
Oh,
on the
yeah.
shorter side, but yeah,
Yeah,
I think that's a good pick. But I don't think you or I could speak to that, Christian.
Right. I would, based on my history with Astro, if Kevin was like really passionate about it, which I know he really enjoyed it, I could see a case. Out of the ones we have listed right now, I'll say Resident Evil 3 definitely is. You can breeze through that game, especially multiple times if you get through it a good solid first time. And then, like, I played that game 3 times this year, I think, maybe 4. And while there's issues with it, while it's not as good as RE2, I do think that it's very concise, and it took up multiple weekends for me, so like there's that aspect too. But I do like I get Kevin where you're saying like Miles is probably a stronger game all around. So I guess it depends on like just how much we want to wait on the experience of the total package versus like if you want one game this weekend, what is it? But like
yeah.
So like I said, I've only played Miles Morales. So that's really the only one I could vote for. But regardless, I would still say that. There's a few things about Miles where I think it beats the others in this category. Number one, they took the like formula of its predecessor and just like shortened that down to like what Kevin was saying, a very concise overall package where you have pretty much everything from the original 2018 game, but just in like a more concise, smaller way that is like more consumable. I think the 2018 game took me like 20 something ish hours to platinum. And this game was around 8. And even not platinuming it, it's even smaller. So it's pretty concise in that. It's also cheaper. Like it's a $50 game, which I think Squadrons is also like on the cheaper side looking at these, and I think Bugsnax is too. But with like a full AAA budget Sony first party game at the new $40 price point, which is $50, I think this is excellent.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, it does help that the 3 of us did play Miles, and I agree with everything you just said. Like, I would prefer if Spider-Man 2 took notes from Miles and like tighten things up a little bit. So, yeah. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, like I think as the list stands right now, if we're gonna throw Astro's Playroom, I think that'd be second. That is so close to being it, because like that is also a really, really just all around fun platformer. If you love PlayStation, you're gonna adore the game. Sure. You know what I'm saying? This and the third, right? But Miles, I think, is very concise in the story, but there's so much more that you can do in the game to really extend that, like what Jack was saying. I think that Astro, I think overall stands, like even with Astro in there, that Miles is still the better one to play in the weekend. And it's a feel good story. You know, it's a nice coming of age in terms of like becoming a Spider-Man story.
Mm-hmm.
It's good stuff. It's very, very good stuff.
So
I like it a lot.
We got some people in the chat. Dan Vangos is saying, Christian, your mustache is fucking sweet, which I agree on.
Thank you, Dan.
Also, Owen in the chat, Jose Vega, Kevin Mack. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, Owen, of course, is shouting out RE3 for him. And yeah, I do think there's something great about how concise it is, but I do think for a more featured package in a game that fits the category well, I think Miles, it makes the most sense, you know, but for formalities, do we want to lock in the 5 nominees even if Miles is the winner? It sounds like.
Yeah. Let's give a nod to.
There's a couple I just thought of that we could throw out there. I think Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, you can get through one of those campaigns in a weekend pretty simply. Kevin, I don't know how fast you got through Crash 4, but do you think that's one that you'd want to throw in here?
Yes. Yeah. I'm trying to think how long that took me. I think that took me like 10, 12 hours, I think. I'm gonna double check as we're talking, but I think it's around like 10, 12 hours. So that's I would consider that a weekend game. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think that's the right range. Like nothing over 12 probably, but yeah, I'm pulling up my list of games I beat this year just to have some references as well, but Jack, was there anything else that you played this year that you wanted to give a shout out to for the category?
Nothing that would fit in this category.
Gotcha.
Even if I did, I still think Miles is the clear winner.
Yeah. Crash 4 took me 10 hours. That's a great game as well. That's a very, very good pick. Yeah, that's a very good pick. I still think that we're not going to find a better one other than Miles, you know.
Sure. So for the 5th nominee then, just so we have a top 5, Kevin, I think it falls on you, Astro or Crash for the nomination.
Oh, shit.
Or unless you want to cut Squadrons out of there and have both of those on there instead, if you feel better about both of those games. Because I know Squadrons wasn't your cup of tea, really. And you're a big Star Wars guy, so the disappointment, you know.
Yeah, okay, Playroom. Yeah, I think, oh, man. You hate to see it. I hate to say it out loud. I think we're going to have to cut Squadrons and put those two in there. Yeah.
All right,
That's fair.
Tragedy.
That's
Tragedy.
entirely fair.
Tragedy. I just feel like the average Star Wars fan, I think you're gonna like it, right? But it's not anything like crazy. Like the prospect of, you know, how much they doubled down on combat, you know, in a X-Wing, TIE Fighter and stuff like that is really cool. I bet if you have a super good PC and you have like a rig for like a Microsoft flight thing, you know, that type of, I don't know what those are called, like PALs and everything, whatever you want to call it. I think if you have that whole setup, that makes it really cool as well. So I'm sure there's people that love it, but it's hard, I think, to love it because it's kind of niche in that way where, like, you know, if you have like a VR headset and you have all the equipment, I'm sure it's way, way, way better, you know, but
it's wild too, because you described me and I still didn't even play this game. Like,
yeah, like there's still some cool stuff, but like, you know, it is what it is. Yeah. Like, I don't think it's that imperative you go play it, you know,
sure,
as a Star Wars fan.
All right. Well, for the best game to play in one weekend, to recap, the nominees were Spider-Man Miles Morales, Bugsnax, Resident Evil 3 Remake, Crash Bandicoot 4 It's About Time, and Astro's Playroom. The winner, unanimously, is Spider-Man Miles Morales. Well done.
Congrats.
Well done, Miles.
Now, before we move on to the next category, I want to shout out Dan Vangos in the chat, who is noting that Shrek was added to the National Film Registry this week. Just a terrible, terrible update for anyone
overdue.
Who values.
It's horrible.
Values
It's
there was a terrible IGN
horrible.
Instagram post that it was Shrek on one side and The Dark Knight on the other side, and they both got added to the National Film Registry at the same time. It was disgusting.
It haunting.
You know,
haunting.
Excellent word.
I reported that tweet for harassment.
You know
what I'm saying?
What's wild to me is that I'm shocked one of those movies got in, and I'm shocked The Dark Knight got in over Batman Begins, because Batman Begins is clearly the better Batman movie.
All right, we got to stop talking about movies. Now, Kevin Mack asked the question: is that Spider-Man Miles Morales on PS4 or PS5? I played it on PS4. So
Yeah, I played on PS5. They're all the same.
Yeah.
You know? I mean,
Yeah.
like in terms of like the overall like structure. You know,
Yeah.
I think you guys probably saw loading screens. Maybe I don't know.
Mhm.
I don't know, but
Yeah.
It's not a Cyberpunk situation. Like,
yeah,
not
yeah.
even
It's
close.
definitely not. Definitely
Yeah,
not.
like I had a couple hiccups when I was swinging in like very hectic particle effect areas, but that wasn't enough to sway me away from that. But this other category I am also very excited about.
This is a good one.
I love this one. Best mom. This year was a great year for moms in video games.
I just imagine Christian on stage at the Game Awards. This year was a great year for moms
No.
everywhere.
Well, I say
Ladies
that.
and gentlemen,
Mhm.
you can't have a gamer without a mother. You know what I'm saying? Like it just goes on this whole.
Wow,
thing.
it's very true.
Well, I
Oh,
say
man.
that because I think somewhat recently, I think it was around God of War, when God of War came out, I saw a lot of think pieces of like, hey, we get it. Dads make video games now. It's like, hey, where are the moms? Where are the moms in leading roles? Where are the moms in really interesting positions of like being involved in a game story? And this year, I thought there were a fair amount of standout moms.
Man, low key actually, when you think about God of War, the mom is a pretty integral part of the whole plot. To be honest.
Yeah, I think the think piece on God of
that's
War
crazy.
specifically was the fact that it was like a trope of like, oh, it's a dead mom. You know, it's like she's the one that started the story, so like
Right.
more involved.
Understandable. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Understandable. Absolutely.
currently, Jack, do you want to read through the current nominees we have?
Gotcha. So we got Rio Morales from Spider-Man Miles Morales. We have Dina from The Last of Us Part 2. We have Nyx from Hades. Lady Masako from Ghost of Tsushima. And Jesse's mom from Final Fantasy VII Remake. Is that it? Are we including the last one on there?
I put it in the doc. I couldn't say it because Christian took, 1,000 years to beat Ghost. But he's finally beat it. We love to see it. It's why am I forgetting her name?
Me too. It's
oh
been
my god!
since
But
July.
you know who I'm talking about, right? It's
do.
not.
Does it start with a Y?
Yeah, it's not Jin's mom, right?
Jin's
It-
mom's
it
like
is.
dead.
It is. No. Who's yeah? Who?
Are you
Where's
talking
the
about
relation
Yuriko?
there? I am
Yes,
talking about
Yuriko.
Yuriko. I am talking about Yuriko.
Yuriko is like his nanny.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. But then.
Well, no, because
his
I was
dad-
reading into that too. I was reading into that side quest. I get that she
Yeah,
had
I
an
don't
affair
know.
with his dad, but
Right.
I don't think that she's his mom. I was thinking that for a bit.
lowercase m mom.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? I was looking at that like more of like a motherly figure. You're right. Technically, it's not Jin's mom.
I mean, we
However,
can include it
would-
because like technically Nyx isn't Zagreus'
Yeah,
mom.
that's
That
actually,
is true.
That's a
That is-
one-for-one comparison. Yeah, you're right.
That is also true. That's also true.
Is
I have
there
a
any
clear answer
other?
for this one.
I'll say this too. Persephone's involved with the story of Hades, but I have not reached Persephone yet. So if she does play an integral role outside of like, whatever the instigation was at the beginning, I don't know. So I don't know if she would qualify, but
She probably would. I've only gotten to her 3 times at this point, but I haven't seen it all the way through, so I can't speak to that.
okay. Kevin, is there any other standouts that were not included on this list?
I'm trying to think of the moms, and I don't think so. Honestly, I'll scrub through my GG really quick, but I think we kind of got everything. No. I think we're good. I think we got it.
Okay.
Does Crash Bandicoot have a mother? I don't think so.
In my head canon, he does.
So we have 6 as it stands right now. We do have to cut one. So I think-
Yuriko.
Shout out to Jesse's mom. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I was gonna say Jesse's mom might be the weak link. I threw it on there because I just thought about that side quest because that wasn't in the original 7, and I thought that added a lot to Jessie. But her mom was like, she had like 2 lines, and Wedge kept talking about her pizza, so like that was really it. So, Kevin, I think we're fine cutting Jessie's mom.
Yeah,
You can
yeah,
do that.
I agree. I agree. I agree.
So,
Damn, I'm contemplating. I know what not to pick though. I know what I don't want to win necessarily.
okay, so as it stands, the top 5, the nominees are Rio Morales, Dina, Nyx, Masako, and Yuriko.
Unless I'm mistaken, I believe Dina is just Dina.
Dina. Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna double check.
That's
Yes,
in my
that
range.
is
Thank you.
Dina.
So, do we have an early lead? Because I think Rio is great, but
Okay.
like Lady Masako's quest in Ghost is like one of my favorite things about that game. So that's where I'm leaning at the moment between those two.
For me, I had to think about this one when I was reading through this list earlier, because I think we have some really good options here. For
Great year
me,
for moms.
it's been a great year for moms. Thank you, Jeff Keighley.
Absolutely.
For me, I go to Dina as my
Mm,
choice.
okay.
Because it's very rare that we get someone who's either bisexual or pansexual. I don't think we really got a full explanation there, but regardless, portrayal of any character really, but especially mothers. And throughout the whole game, Dina really is like the light of that game, especially when you're playing with Ellie, and going through all these like dark and like brutal times. Like she is really there for you. In regard, like she's not a mom at that point, but regardless, like she's still emblematic of that motherly figure. And then by the end of the game, I don't want to spoil it, but like she chooses to be a mother over Ellie's decision at the end of that game, which is why Ellie is not on this list.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really do like that. Throughout that whole game, I felt Dina's presence, and like her softness and like her just attitude throughout that game. So my vote is for Dina.
I loved Rio Morales, right?
Mm-hmm.
I thought that she was very great. I think that to a certain degree, tell me if this is like really nitpicky, completely invalid. If it is, I get it because I understand why they didn't do this, right? But I have a very, very Colombian mother, right? Rio Morales, Puerto Rican. There's a lot of crossover with those two ethnicities on the whole, right? Not 100%, but mostly, right? There are certain ways that Rio reacts in Miles Morales that really highlighted for me because I feel like it wouldn't have been the way that Miles's mother would have reacted given the cultural background, right? Like for example, like her being okay with him just, missing for hours on end and then Genki getting the groceries for her that she asked Miles to, right? Stuff like that. Stuff like Rio knowing that Miles is lying about his whereabouts and not doubling down on that. A big one. Are we spoiling?
We can, yeah.
Are we spoiling? Okay. I'm gonna spoil it. Okay. When Rio finds out that Miles is Spider-Man, like there's just certain things that like I understand why they didn't want to show this side, but like I think it was a little bit disingenuous because she would have been, or she should have been, in terms of like a cultural standpoint, in terms of just how I know Hispanic moms way more upset, way more angry, way more mad, right? Granted, she was, and I think the game explains it in terms of like she didn't want to be so heavy-handed on Miles after just losing his dad not a year before, and going through all that, and so she didn't want to push him away. That I think totally makes sense, right? But I think from that aspect, I think that's where I don't love Rio. I like her a lot, but I think from that aspect, it's like a little bit. And I wish that there was like a little bit more, um, of that like hard of that hard love. You know what I'm saying? Of that. Hey, like I love you, but there's some strict rules that you're not abiding by.
Sure.
Right? You know what I'm saying? Like little things like that. You know.
The only thing I'll say to respond to that is like, I think that's important to Miles because even in the comics, and I think specifically in this game, Miles is supposed to be the ideal Spider-Man, like what Peter would have been like if he had somebody to help him. Because Peter is a mess. Like his life sucks, and it's because he was just figuring it out on his own, and like Miles can learn from doing the things Peter didn't. And I think Rio finding out and reacting the way she did to be like a support net for Miles was really impactful for me. And then in comparison to the way Spider-Man 2018 leaves off of like Peter and May having their closure and like Peter realizing May knew this whole time and he was constantly worrying and obsessing about it for no reason. Like as like a parallel to Peter and like May's relationship, I really like what they chose to do with Rio. And the way they were telling that story, and I think it made a little more sense for me because like she is running for city council, so she's like super busy, so like she doesn't maybe even know that Miles is out of the house a lot because she's basically living where she's campaigning. But
yeah
I see where you're coming from for sure. I just think in like that motherly figure, the way that Jack was talking about Dina, I think Rio did that super well. Because if it's Dina acting in that role for Ellie a lot, I think Rio might have had a more impactful singular moment doing that for Miles, where Dina was like stretched out across more of the game.
I was actually gonna say I don't think we really got like an Aunt May moment that we did in 2018 with Rio, as much as I liked Rio.
Yeah, I'll admit, like my like Rio stance is like kind of like weak on that whole standpoint because there's so many reasons to explain that away that just okay, it makes sense, right?
Yeah. Right, yeah.
So I think the one I'm gonna go for, honestly, and I'm afraid this might be recency bias. I'm not sure. I think I might go with Nyx. Nyx supported Zagreus throughout this entire thing, right? Like, and I know like there's a line in Hades where she says like, hey, overall, like I am your caretaker, right? Like I look out for you, right? Like I am under Hades, right? But I am enlisted and I am here to support you in whatever you want to do, right? And throughout your runs, you see Hades and Nyx start to have some verbal disputes about Hades finding out that Nyx is helping him and all that. And I think it just works like how there's a subtlety to also like Zagreus coming to terms with Nyx not being his real mother, but still taking up that motherly mantle, even in spite of Zagreus knowing that Nyx is not his biological mother. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think there was lots of that I think worked with me overall, and I feel like Nyx was just super supportive throughout the entire thing of Zagreus trying to leave the underworld. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I like Nyx a lot, and I agree with everything you just said. I hadn't seen much like depth with her yet. I played like 15 hours of Hades, I think. I've done like 30 runs, I think. Not completed runs, like attempts. But maybe I just haven't like hit a point where they get to explore that a little more. Because like I have seen those conversations of like Zagreus saying, hey, are you sure you're okay with helping me? Like I know if he finds out he's gonna be pissed. And I did like after the revelation about Persephone's revealed, he goes to Nyx and they talk a little bit, and she's like, hey, you can still call me mother if you want. Like that's my role here with you. Like I raised you. And like, yeah, I think it also gives some interesting interplay with like Than and Hypnos as well, because like they're kind of his brothers. But in terms of like depth, I didn't really get much else beyond just like the points that you brought up, which are good points. But Jack, did you feel any way about Nyx? I know you only played Hades recently, but
Yeah, I like Nyx. I think I agree with you, Christian. I don't think we really did get the depth from her that I guess I was expecting as the story progresses. But like to, I guess, sort of cement where I'm standing, I think Dina's my number one, and then I would probably say Rio, and then from the rest on the list, I'd probably say Nyx. So that would be my top three, because I don't think we all agree on one particular one yet.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think we do. I mean, I think I'd go Nick. Yeah, Nyx, Rio, then Dina. Honestly, Dina's a very, very good choice. Like Dina, I 100% see why. Like there's and it proves itself why in the plot and what happens. Like definitely, you know, Dina is a very, very good choice.
Yeah, I mean, The Last of Us just presents so many character studies, and to a lesser extent, Dina is one of those characters. But even still doing that with Naughty Dog's storytelling, I think she's really fleshed out, probably even more so than anyone on this list, in my opinion, save for maybe Lady Nausicaa. But
Yeah.
that's how I stand.
yeah, I think my three would be, I don't know the order, but it would probably be like Rio and Masako probably tied for first, and then Dina last out of the three. So there is crossover. Can I hear why you guys didn't like Masako that much in terms of like the role she played?
For me, she was more vengeful than motherly.
That's what I'm saying.
Really.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
I mean,
her
I would hope that
whole-
if I was murdered, that my mom would like go off.
Oh well, yeah. But like when you think like best mom, you think of supportive, and like of course like she's doing that after her children's death. But yeah, like her presence isn't soothing, I don't think, even for Jin, who like sort of pseudo takes her on as a motherly figure. Like she's there for Jin, but Jin's also there for her to like complete her vengeful quest. So there's just a lot of dark stuff surrounding Masako, for me, I think, to like sort of win this category.
Yeah, like it was hard. Like going, I love Lady Masako, right? And like I think her arc overall ends up in a very, very good place, and like it, ends up tying a bow on that, and like there's peace to be had. But like I think it was like, what are you doing when Lady Masako was trying to fight Jin? And it's like, wait, like I understand you're upset. I've never lost kids, right? But
yeah, I think that's the
come
thing,
on
though.
now, like guys, like girl, I'm trying to help you. I understand you're in pain. I understand you're grieving. I get it.
Mhm.
But I think that we can go about this a different way, But like I understand her turn from like vengefulness to like, coming to terms with the death of her family and her sons and everything. Like, that arc had to happen, and that had to happen to tell that arc. But I just don't think it didn't work for me like that well.
It's almost like if we said Joel was the best dad of 2013. That's how I compare it.
Low key. Yeah, I kind of hear that. Like, they're not necessarily like. I don't know.
Sure. I mean, yeah. I think I wasn't looking at it in terms of the like descriptors that you guys are bringing up, which I think are fair, of like looking at it from like a maternal standpoint. I was just like, out of the moms, she has the coolest stuff, But I do think
She has a great story.
Oh
yeah, because like, and to Kevin's point too, like I thought it made sense because like since the get, like from her first mission, she was like, hey, I'm only here so you can help me and I'll repay you. And by the end, they're more of like a sort of like kind of mother and son figure, but the turn for me made a ton of sense. Like not even the turn, like the friction in the fight, because like he got in the way of what she was doing, and she was only there to like up until that point. I think she was just using Jin, and then that was the point where it turned around. And then the last couple missions with her, she's like more relying on him out as like besides just being a tool for her. But yeah, so I think the crossover we all had was Rio and Dina. So do we want to do a vote between those two?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Rio. and Dina.
What would you say, Christian, of these two?
Yeah.
In terms of what you brought up, in Jack, I think about the like maternal role. I really liked Rio in terms of what she does in that story. I really like her own personal arc about going through like what she does for Harlem, how she's like celebrated with the community, like her own personal story outside of just being a mom. Because I think Dina, we're bringing that in for Dina also, right? Like she's not a mom until like the last couple hours.
Sure.
But what she does with Miles, like the interplay they have, the growth she gives him, and like self acceptance, I guess, and like self confidence to really be Harlem Spider-Man, I really like a lot. And yeah, she was really great for me. So I'd probably vote for Rio, but I wouldn't be upset if Dina won.
Yeah. You're definitely right. Like we don't see Dina as like a proper mom until the very end of that game. Regardless, so like I said earlier, I do think that maternal presence is with her throughout the entire game, and she acts more as a. It is like a romantic relationship with Ellie, of course, but like she has that instinct to her throughout the whole game.
Mm-hmm.
And I think both of these are good choices for or they present like diverse sort of representations that we don't see, especially in mothers in video games. So honestly, you really can't go wrong with either of these. My personal pick would be Dina.
Kevin.
Shit, I just want to be the tiebreaker. God damn it.
Well, here's the thing. Can you talk through your thoughts on Dina for a second? Because you talked through your Rio thoughts already, and you're a little nitpicky about Rio, which you made valid points. You backed up those points. So what's your mind at with Dina?
When you're playing as Ellie in part 2, right? I found myself doing a lot of things that like I understand, but this is a dark road that we're about to go on, right? Like this is a dark journey that you are wanting to take. I hear you, I feel you. I guess I'm here for the ride. Let's do it, right? And I feel that, you know, Dina being there was the counterbalance to Ellie's rage and Ellie's vengefulness. Like I humbly feel and straight up feel that if Dina wasn't there, I think Ellie would have probably died on that excursion. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that Ellie almost owes Dina like her own life in that way, in terms of like Dina definitely reeled Ellie in when she needed to be reeled and calmed her down when she needed to be calmed down and stuff like that. And Foley was down with Ellie on this journey if Dina agreed with it or didn't agree with it, you know. On top of that, having that dynamic of her ending up being pregnant and that whole thing and how that complicated the journey and all that, to where we have the end where I think it's obviously the most straight up like motherly decision, you know, what she did in terms of, hey, like I'm not gonna go down this road again with you,
right?
You know, I have more on my plate than just you, unfortunately, or fortunately, but unfortunate for Ellie, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Oh man, this one's tough. This one is very, very tough.
Both of them did dance to some vinyls in the kitchen during some sequence, so
that's
you're
true.
You're not wrong. And I like how, you know, it's not said in the game or whatever, but you know, Miles gets a lot rubbed off on him and his personality and how he wants to be Spider-Man based off of Rio.
Mm-hmm.
Like Rio
Definitely.
moving into Harlem, wanting to make a difference in his community. And you know, in the book, Rio tells Miles like, hey, I'm gonna run for council. Like I'm gonna do this because I want to help in a more granular way, right? And while all of that I think trickles down from Miles' father and everything, and in certain ways, Rio is a very, very big example of that on Miles too. Shoot. Oh, this one's really tough, guys. Dang, I didn't realize it would be this tough. Huh.
What's your gut telling you?
I think Dina's low key speaking to me a little bit more. I think, yeah. I think like, just me like thinking through it and be like, like 100% Ellie would have died without Dina. That's like factual.
Mm-hmm.
In the no, I don't think Joel would have died without Ellie, but I think I could probably see it. I think there could be an argument made in that kind of sort of way where, they both carry the rage. Well, I guess not really rage with Joel, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, yeah, Dina,
I think
Mhm.
yeah, I think it might be Dina.
Dina is a great character. So, like I said, I am completely okay with this. Out of the nominees, Rio Morales from Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Dina from Last of Us Part 2, Nyx from Hades, Lady Masako from Ghost of Tsushima, and Yuriko from Ghost of Tsushima. The winner is Dina from The Last of Us Part 2.
Well deserved.
You'll love to see it.
That was a tough one. There were some great picks there.
That was
Yeah,
tough.
like I said,
That was
great
tough.
year for
That was
moms.
That was tough.
Thanks, moms.
I hope that 2021 is as good for moms and games as this year was. Oh!
Oh no.
I know we already locked it
forgot a
in,
big one.
but your mom in Animal Crossing, she always sends you gifts once in a while. She's like, I hope you're doing good, bud.
Fuck.
But she never stops by.
she
That's
don't
fair.
call.
That's
Like,
She
fair.
writes, but she don't call.
That's
Yeah,
fair,
exactly.
but also Yuriko essentially is responsible for the Mongols getting poisoned. So who did more better things?
Damn.
Who
you're
did
not,
more better things? I don't
You're
know.
not wrong. You're not wrong.
I hate to be a revisionist, but would it be a bad idea to write your Animal Crossing mom in place of Yuriko?
Yeah. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter because neither of them would win.
Right, exactly. But
I could possibly see that. Maybe.
No, I don't know.
do you want
I
to keep it
would
locked
say
in?
Yuriko.
Let's keep it locked in. Yeah, I like
Yeah,
Yuriko's
that's
story a
all
lot.
Yuriko. Yeah.
Okay.
Some subtleties to it.
Yeah. Because that whole time I was questioning. I was like, "Is this really Jin's mom? Are we about to get a mom reveal?"
Kevin Mack brings up a great one in the chat. How about the mom that buys you a PS5 for Christmas? You know what I'm saying? The gift of gaming. It's nuts, yo.
You can't beat that.
Mm-hmm.
You really can't. Fine pick.
So this next one, I believe, was a category brought on by Kevin Diaz. So Kevin, you want to read through the nominees for Best Pandemic Game?
Best pandemic game: Assassin's Creed. Wow. Animal Crossing: New Horizons. Final
Way
Fantasy
different
7
game.
I know. Final Fantasy VII Remake, Doom Eternal, The Last of Us Part 2. Now, these are supposed to be games that came out close to Part 2 is kind of not one, but in terms of I wrote in the fine print to really immerse yourself in the worst possible scenario.
For
right?
that reason, I'll throw RE3 in there too.
Sure. Yeah, why not? Yeah. But Doom Eternal Remake and Animal Crossing all released during the initial months, at least in the US, of the pandemic.
Right.
So I thought it was because I'm sure you all remember fondly, not fondly, I guess, but remember vividly of the early months in the pandemic,
Mhm.
So I think we should shout out one of these games.
I got two that I think should be shoutouts at least. I don't know if they should be on the nominees, but
We'll throw them on there for now. We can
okay.
decide.
I think Among Us definitely deserves to be on here for the multiplayer alone.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
And a smaller shout out to Avengers.
Okay.
And that's it.
So
There's a very easy answer for me here, but let's get through it.
So Kevin, did you want to lock it to like when you're saying pandemic? Because the thing is, unfortunately for the United States, we've been in like quarantine lockdown in some degrees for 8 months. So like, are you specifically talking about like stuff in like March or April, or just the things that we played the most while we were in a pandemic?
I guess the games that helped you escape or immerse yourself as far as possible into the pandemic that we're in right now, right? Like, what was the game? And for like escapism aspects, I think definitely Doom, Final Fantasy, and Animal Crossing or that aspect where it was like super, close to when we first started. Part 2 and Resident Evil are more of the coin of like, to immerse yourself in the worst possible scenario, if you want to do that to yourself. So so it's a little bit wavy in that, but I guess you can answer in those two facets, like in those main two avenues, like whether it's to immerse or to escape.
I'm looking at March releases right now. Ori also dropped, the new Ori that was in March. And this wasn't a release this year, but continuing on the part 2 RE3 thing, I bought on like March 1st for like $2. I got the Division 2, and that was like
Warlords of New York did come out.
Okay.
It did come out in March of this year. So
I didn't get to play that, but
I did, and I'm surprised I didn't put that in there because that was a very good one.
I mean, we can throw it on the list at the moment. We don't have our 5 noms yet, but
yeah.
Jack, you said you had a easy choice. Do you want to share that choice with us?
Yeah, I think it really has to be Animal Crossing, because it came out, like what Kevin was saying, came out like at that time where this all started for everyone. And it's a game that hooked non-gamers, which is something that is difficult to do. And I believe it's the Switch's best-selling game of all time. Right?
Yeah, it's very, very close to passing Mario Kart.
Okay, so it's like top 3 at least.
It will pass it. It will be the best-selling.
Right. Like my girlfriend got a whole Switch to play that game.
Yeah, mine did too.
She's never owned a console before, or a handheld or anything. And I think that just speaks to like where we were at that time, and I guess where we still are. But especially when it released, like we couldn't go anywhere. Especially like restrictions were much more limiting at that time. And it's like we could literally do what we couldn't do in real life. Like you could go hang out with your friends. There was something that like drove you back to that game every day. Which like at the time where I think motivation was at an all-time low and depression was at an all-time high, like that was a game that kept drawing people back in to see what was up and to keep motivated even if it was on their stupid little island in this game. I think that's a really good choice, and I think it instilled a lot of positivity in people at a time where like it was just like the most negative thing possible. And to go back on what Kevin was saying with escapism, like I think that was much needed, and this game provided that in spades. So yeah, I think it's Animal Crossing for me.
Yeah, you make some very good points. Alongside that, again, for us, the pandemic is ongoing. Animal Crossing's been putting in work all year. They've been doing events like every month. There's always something new, and every quarter we get an update for the new holidays coming up. All of them outside of Bunny Day. Bunny Day sucked. But
that's facts. That's big facts.
Like the 4th of July stuff, like doing fireworks, every Sunday, that was awesome. Halloween, I did a Halloween stream on my Twitch channel, and I had a couple of my friends come over. We did like a costume party. That was fun. Thanksgiving was really cool.
We did the first ever podcast in Animal Crossing.
We did the first ever podcast in Animal Crossing.
That Gary would have rudely ripped off, but I digress. It's fine.
Check the date.
I'm not mad. Check the dates, people.
Gamescast.
We were the first ones.
There's a Gamescast in March. I forget what number it is. But
we definitely did it first.
We absolutely did it first, yeah.
100%.
So, just a little salty about it. But hey, joke's on them because Nintendo won't allow that anymore. You can't.
Really?
Well, yeah, there was a recent thing, like after the Joe Biden thing, they were like, hey, yeah, so if you're using the game to make a real world money or benefit in a thing that will like allow for marketing or political marketing stuff like that, it's a new update to the TOS.
Oh, is that just like political or like?
I didn't read the whole thing, but I think it was brought on by the Biden campaign thing.
Right.
Yeah. So like that pushed them to change some things up.
Fuck Nintendo. That's all I have to say.
So
wrong.
Let's narrow down to the 5 nominees. Animal Crossing, I think, is a safe lock.
Yes. Yeah.
I think similar to what Jack said, I think I would say Among Us is also a lock for the same reasons of Animal Crossing. Like, it really transcended the demographic of games like this, even though it is a 2018 game.
For all intents and purposes, it's a 2020 game.
Yeah,
like,
and
at this point,
I don't know how you guys feel about this, but personally, I think games are different enough from movies and music that it doesn't need to be released in the year to qualify for like my definition of a game of the year contender, because like,
yeah,
if it's a game that was like the thing that year, like Fortnite really popped off like a year or two after it came out, you know, that's when people recognized it. So I don't think a game necessarily needs to drop that year, especially in an age of like games as a service, ongoing things, to qualify to be a winner tonight. I believe that. I don't know how you guys think.
absolutely.
About
I agree.
that. Okay.
Battlefront 2, perfect example.
Hell yeah, I'm planting the seeds right now, Jack.
Dude, I played that this year. You could convince me to put this on this list.
Yeah, dude. So Animal Crossing and Among Us, I think, are locks. Kevin, would you want to throw 7 Remake and Doom on there for the whole like continued like escapism in that period?
I'm trying to decide. Okay. 7 Remake is definitely on there. I need to make my piece about 7 Remake in terms of the pandemic. So Animal Crossing, Among Us, Remake. What was the other one we had going?
Doom. Did you want to keep Doom on there?
Jack, what would you rather play? Wait, have you played Doom Eternal or like Doom in general?
No, never.
Okay, shit. Because we're trying to figure out.
Final Fantasy.
I mean,
Okay,
facts. I was gonna ask you like Doom Eternal or Part 2, but I feel like that's
I think Part 2 shouldn't be on this list, in my opinion. I actually felt like
really.
Yeah, I felt very uneasy picking up this game.
No, but that was the point. Like there are some people.
Yeah, but it's
that
like
want to really double down. You know,
it's like
that
bad
wanna
vibes, though.
It is.
It's like,
you're right. It is. You're right. It is.
I do think if we gave a nod in like that camp to one thing, for me, I think it would either be RE3 or Division 2, because RE3 is campy as hell. Like, there's a zombie outbreak, yeah, but it's like bobbleheads are flying all over the place. There's a tentacle monster chasing you everywhere. It's like it's a B movie, you know. Carlos and his one-liners, like that was fun escapism into an outbreak.
Fair point.
You know,
Yeah.
Last of Us, my chest was filled with dread for like all 30 hours.
yeah, I didn't feel good playing that game.
You know what? Okay, I hear you. Let's scratch Part 2 off the list.
Okay.
All right, I hear you. I like the Resident Evil 3 campy shout out. That I see where you're going with that.
Mhm.
I like that a lot, actually. Okay.
So
Okay.
we have 2 spaces for the top 5 for pandemic games. Would we like to christen one with RE3?
Yeah, let's throw RE3 in there.
Okay.
I like that pick. Okay, so where? So
Also, like I said, it was so much fun that I played it twice within 24 hours. So that kept me busy during the pandemic too. So.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, Doom Eternal, Avengers, Division 2 are vying for the 5th spot here.
Christian, join me.
Doom Eternal, Avengers, and which one?
Division 2, Warlords.
2. Okay.
Because Division 2, I think is a mix of like, it's kind of campy, but it's also super serious, but in like a dumb way. But it was also multiplayer.
It's like a hint of camp, but I think they're mostly trying to be serious when no one takes it that serious.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like super intentional.
Yeah. Plus,
you know what I'm saying?
I played it with buddies, so that was nice too. Most of that, granted, was before we were quarantined, but yeah, I can't speak to Doom. Out of Avengers and Division, I'd probably say Division, but I don't know. Kevin, what do you think? I think you played all of these, so.
Yeah. I kind of want to lean Doom just because that gameplay loop is super fun and everything, and I think that like there's a fun, high paced like intensity to the game from like a soundtrack level, from a gameplay mechanic standpoint too, that I think is really fun. I don't think that it'll last you through like the pandemic though. You know what I'm saying? Like I think there's an element of like, you know, it's gotta have like there's multiplayer, but anyone playing multiplayer in Doom Eternal. You know what I'm saying? So there's like gotta be a level of like at least enough replayability or enough length of the game to really, you know, Animal Crossing you can play to the end of time, right? Remake is a good 45 hours, 50 hours, you know, maybe even longer if you want to do it. So I don't think Doom Eternal takes it. Let's go Division in there. Let's do it. That's a long game, very very fun tactical shooter. You know what I'm saying? That you're gonna have a blast with. You know what I'm saying? I like it.
And I specifically, like I said, I hadn't played Warlords, but I think the reason I went that way over Avengers is because I really like Avengers, and I think Avengers might take it in another category, but for a pandemic thing, Division's multiplayer is astronomically better than Avengers multiplayer. So
100%. I'm gonna fight for Avengers in another category.
Jack, you won't need to. I'll be right there with you.
All right, good.
Oh man,
I have a whole
jump, guys.
Dissertation about the next category. Actually, 2 categories from now.
I'm about to get jumped in 2 guys. Huh? Oh, wait a minute. Are we about to fight? Okay. Okay. Interesting.
So, for Best Pandemic Game, the nominees are Animal Crossing, New Horizons, Among Us, Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Yeah, that was great. I can't believe no one made any jokes about that.
I know. I saw Alana. I think she did like hashtag Among Us, and like nobody responded to it. But
damn.
Animal Crossing, Among Us, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Resident Evil 3 Remake, and Division 2 Warlords of New York. The winner, unanimously, Animal Crossing, New Horizons.
Oh wait, it is.
Yeah.
I didn't even say my point, but okay, all right.
What was your point? Sorry.
It's
not locked in yet. What's up?
I hear you. Look, Animal Crossing New Horizons, I think is the winner, right? But Final Fantasy VII Remake was the perfect escape for me. Like it spoke so much more to me. Like Animal Crossing was relaxing, right? Like, hey, started my morning, still on lockdown, cool. Got nothing else to do. Let me keep up on my island. A lot of great times. Late night, let's go tarantula hunting. It was a great time, right? Loved it, right? Final Fantasy VII Remake was such a journey. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, Christian? You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Like, Final Fantasy VII was so provided me so much entertainment. Probably, if not one of my favorite combat this year, period, in the game.
Oh yeah.
Period. You know, it solidified that, hey, I can play JRPGs now. Like, I'm not one of those that will just excommunicate JRPGs. There was Pokemon before that helped me, you know, in those early times. But Remake, I think, solidified it. It was a narrative that I fell in love with. The cast and characters were it is as close to a perfect game that I think a game can get. You know, there are problems with the game. It's true. But Final Fantasy VII, just seeing Cloud on this journey, you know, meeting the cast and everything, and just this whole, you know, 45, 50-hour game definitely helped me a lot during the early times of the pandemic. But I think holistically, right, I think Animal Crossing is going to take it, but I wish it was Remake. I wish we could.
I really thought Kevin was going to Kanye West Animal Crossing's Taylor Swift.
I'm going to let you finish, but
that's what really I was expecting.
All time. Oh, man. Jack, play Final Fantasy VII, man.
I plan to. I really do. I really plan to. It's going to happen.
Now, when you play it, imagine being locked down for an unforeseeable future.
Oh, I won't have to imagine it.
Oh boy. All right. So we're good. Animal Crossing is the winner.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Kevin, you make good points, but
so good.
It's Animal Crossing.
So good.
Okay. Next up, best indie game. So we're getting into like normal things now.
This should take approximately 5 seconds.
Yeah. Let me. For the sake of timestamps, I'm gonna do the nominees written out, but Hades, Fall Guys. Let me fix that. Twin Breaker.
Yeah, that was just a shout out.
Okay.
Shout out to Twin Breaker.
Rogue Company. Bug Snacks. Raji. Kevin, no Ori on this list?
Ori's not indie.
Ori's Moon
Isn't it
Studios. It's produced by Xbox. It's published by Xbox.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I don't.
Moon is still an indie
it's published by
studio.
Xbox.
It's like Cuphead. Cuphead's an indie game, but it was published by Xbox.
Okay, fair.
We can
It's also like an indie spirit game too. You know, like it has.
It
the
is.
spirit
It
of an
is.
indie game.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Let's swap Raji with Ori.
Okay. Was there any other indie games? I wanted to play, not Castlevania, Bloodstained, but I didn't get around to that this year. Were there any other standouts for indie games that either of you played that you want to give a nod to on the noms?
Ghost Runner was fantastic.
Oh, sure,
It's-
yeah.
It's a better Cyberpunk game than Cyberpunk, and I stand by that. I haven't even played Cyberpunk, but optically, it seems like it's a better Cyberpunk game than Cyberpunk, for sure.
I don't
Yeah,
think I played any other indie games that aren't on this.
yeah. I'm scrolling through my list real quick. I mean, if you want to get super technical,
Oh no,
Bungie's independent now.
No,
that's not the indie spirit. There's the indie
Wholeheartedly
spirit that
disagree.
you have to attain.
I know.
Destiny's not that. Yeah.
I know.
Technically, yes.
I get what you're saying though. I get what you're saying.
100%. 100%.
Mhm. And this, I will say, the scale of Beyond Light, while I love it, it is much more reserved. So they're doing their
Yeah.
efforts. They're making the best AAA game they can on an independent budget. But
I think it, like when you say best indie game, it also like has to be like, hey, this is
Vibe.
the best game under like with much more like restrictions than like a AAA game, and like Bungie has those resources, you know, something that like Supergiant doesn't have.
yeah.
I see you. I see you, Jack. I see you.
I'm
Already
trying.
laying
I'm
down.
just.
I see you.
I'm trying
I
to.
see you.
I'm trying to pitch this game. I'm trying to close it out like Mariano Rivera. We know what it's gonna be.
King, I'm with you. I'm with you, King. I'm with you.
Jonathan Papelbon for all those Red Sox fans out there.
Hell yeah. Okay. How are we gonna cross off these things? Kevin, I know you said Twin Breaker was a shout out.
We can cross it off. It's just a cool game.
Mhm.
Shout out to Colin. You know what I'm saying? I'm excited for Hyroxia 2 next year. Very excited.
So I think Hades is a lock. I think Fall Guys, I would say, is a lock.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The only other ones I've played were Rogue Company, and it's good. It's really solid. So I could see it hang, but I can't speak to any of the others.
Rogue Company is my favorite multiplayer of the year. I'm so serious when I say that. I think Bugsnax is a lock.
Okay.
I think Bugsnax had a fantastic VO cast. I think that they did an excellent job with the game. It's a very, very fun, like, not advertised as one, but it is honestly a puzzle game. You know,
Mhm.
like it's a great feel good time. Good time. I like
Having
how it's
not-
also like the first PS Plus game for PS5.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Definitely.
deserve it.
Having not played that, I agree. Like even outside of the game itself, like Bugsnax was a force that permeated throughout the industry just off of meme potential alone. But then I feel like it really coalesced into, given the reviews that I've read and watched, into like a really fun game. So I think that's definitely deserving to be on here.
It's good. It's good. Definitely.
Okay, so there's 2 openings left. Again, I think this falls on Kevin in terms of where you want to go. I liked Rogue Company. I don't know if I like it enough to overrule how much you love like Ori and if you're hot on Ghost Runner, but because I know you really like both of those games. Like Ori, you've said nothing but good things about, aside from the frame rate.
Ori's on this list.
Okay.
Yeah. Ori's on this list. Absolutely. So we got one more. Ghost Runner or Rogue? I'm gonna give it to Ghost Runner. Rogue, I'm gonna fight for multiplayer. It's cool, King. I'll see you there.
Nice.
But yeah, Ghost Runner, I think deserves to be one of the best indies, just because like soundtrack fire. The gameplay is very, very brutal, very hard, but like, oh man, it feels so good when you get through a stage in Ghost Runner. It feels amazing. It feels so satisfying. Super fun.
Well, currently the 5 nominees: Hades, Fall Guys, Bugsnax, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, and Ghost Runner. Do we want to throw out our front runners? Because for me, it is Hades.
Yeah, it's Hades. I think for me at least is just the clear winner. I think Fall Guys, because those are the 2 games I've played. Fall Guys definitely like captured that sort of indie spirit. In a similar vein to how Fortnite captured that. Of course, Fortnite on a much bigger scale. But I think it's sort of petered off now. Like I don't really know if Fall Guys still has that same cachet as it did like in August and September.
Mm-hmm.
But I think just overall, Hades is one of the best games this year. Like full stop.
Facts. Facts.
I think like what you guys have mentioned on Gamescast, like it is nearly perfect. Like I really can't think of anything that's wrong with the game.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think Supergiant has always been an incredible studio. There's been reports recently that they are very good at sort of caring for their workers, like outside of just creating games itself. Like they have a very good culture at the studio. And in the past, they've created incredible games like Transistor, and I think that's evident that they're continuing to do that with Hades. So
Yeah,
Hades is my one.
Going off of that too, in terms of just like good planning, good producers, good direction. Like Hades has been in early access since 2018. It's almost, I think it's exactly been about 2 years, or slightly less than 2 before it came out, because it dropped I think the night of a Game Awards. But yeah, like exactly what Jack said, just in terms of community support, because they've been responsive to their community since Hades launched in early access. It's a really great example, I think, of an early access development, because I like loosely followed it because I really like Supergiant and love Greek mythology, and it has a great style to it, so I was really interested. And I think what you said about Fall Guys I agree with. I'd compare it more to like a Rocket League impact, and even then Rocket League I think is much stronger. I can't speak to Bugsnax, but at the points Kevin made I agree with on a surface level at least. Ori I know is like one of the, like the original, I know people say it's one of the best platformers, Metroidvanias ever, and I know Ghost Runner is doing things interesting, but from what I know about these games and the ones I've experienced, I don't know if any other game does more for their genre than Hades does for its. So for me, it is absolutely Hades.
Yeah, it's Hades for me, but God, I love Ori and the Will of the Wisps so much. Such a good game.
All right.
Straight up, you know.
Those are probably the 2 best nominees, I would say.
100. Yeah. Yeah.
Like in terms of the quality of the game.
Yes. Yeah.
I still want to play Ori. I'm gonna do it eventually, but
Ori's fantastic.
So the nominees for Best Indie Game: Hades, Fall Guys, Bugsnax, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, and Ghost Runner. The winner is Hades, unanimously. Congratulations, Hades.
Well done.
Next category.
I have so much to say about this one.
We're doing another weird one. Best Podcast Game. Now, listeners, viewers, you might be wondering, what is a podcast game? Well, it's a term that the 3 of us have thrown around before, and a few other people. But to me, a podcast game is a game where potentially there's checklists. There's a lot of stuff you can do. Dialogue is not super important to what you're doing. You can just kind of zone out. The music is not good enough to be paying attention to it. It's fine, but it's a game that you could experience with no sound and just throw a podcast on and have a just as good, if not a better time playing that game.
It's essentially a game you can turn your brain off to. Yeah,
Yes.
I agree with that.
Sure.
Yes.
So, As it stands for nominees, again, not final yet, we got Marvel's Avengers. Does one of you want to read the rest? Because I'm typing.
Yeah, I got it. So we got Marvel's Avengers. We have Animal Crossing: New Horizons, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, The Division 2, specifically Warlords of New York, and Ghosts of Tsushima.
Damn, this one's kind of tough. All these are very, very good podcast games.
I have a question. Who the
I
hell
can cross a
nominated
few of
Ghost?
these. Yeah, I don't think that deserves to be on here.
Are you kidding me? What?
No.
Guys, okay.
Here's the
maybe
thing about Ghosts. Like,
maybe it was the
I'll
way
be
I
playing-
played it. Go ahead.
Well, I also listen to podcasts, so I can speak to this. Like listening to podcasts, playing this game, every like 5 minutes or like less than that, you'll be riding around, and then I'll be like, oh, pause, so I can like listen to what's happening in the game, and then replay. It's like podcasts disrupt the experience of Ghost of Tsushima.
Yes.
Like you get to a point where you can like let podcasts sort of reign and like be your experience with that game. Like if you're running for the platinum or whatever. But even still, like that's a world that begs to be explored, and I think podcasts sort of ruin that experience.
Agreed.
Okay, I was specifically talking about post content, like platinum run. You know, like on
I get
the on the platinum range. So I think overall, okay, you talked me down. At first, I was like, "What?" Okay,
But if we
Okay.
needed in here, we
I
could
hear
put it
that.
there. But
I hear that.
I mean,
No,
I
I
don't know if
think
I have enough.
I think there's a better one that we could conjure up.
I
You really talked me down from that, and I hear you. I hear you.
Battlefront.
I mean, they got that Star Wars music.
Yeah, come on.
That's
man.
true.
You
Okay.
can't-
I would
Hot
throw.
Star Wars music.
Yeah.
I'd throw Destiny on here because Destiny's always been a podcast game for me at times because the story is
That's
like
true.
rare enough that I don't need to pause as often as like what Jack said. The music is great, but there are times where it's like I'm going through a campaign for a Destiny expansion, and then it's like, hey, go farm 30 items. To get this item, it's a random drop from an enemy. They have to respawn. So like, I will queue up a Gamescast or something to listen to when that's happening. So I will throw Destiny on here as an option. Because
Yeah.
Beyond Light is new.
Sure.
I like the idea of removing Ghost and playing Destiny, you know, because like, hey, you get a few bounties, you know what you're doing, you're tracking them, you're hanging out, you're doing those bounties, you're chilling, you know. I think that is a way better example of a podcast game as opposed to Ghost, where I really only mean the platinum run, you know, when you're finishing that up and you're
Right.
making the map clear. Yeah.
And I do think Jack bring up Battlefront 2. I think multiplayer games are good here as well. Like a Call of Duty, for instance. I didn't play COD this year, but you know, like if you're just playing solo in a multiplayer game, just throw a podcast on there because you don't need to hear about like generic military man calling out like flashback.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are some-
I would argue against that, but
No, well, like I play Apex and I listen to like Michael Barbaro talk to me about the news. So like I guess it all depends on the person, but I guess in the grand scheme of things, I probably wouldn't put Apex or like Call of Duty on here. There's some better
just
There's
because
a
like
clear
you gotta
clear
hear them
winner, right?
footsteps. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta have that situational awareness in COD.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I hear you. Like technically, yes, you could.
Yeah, like I would say something like a Rogue Company also if you're playing solo because like that's
Rogue
an
Company
experience where it's
definitely
like you could just queue it up. Like the time to kill in that is very low anyway, so like it's not like you have a huge advantage over very small sound effects, you know. But are we cool with the nominees as it stands with Avengers, Animal Crossing, Valhalla, Division 2, Warlords, and Destiny 2 Beyond Light?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Jack, go off.
Dude, let me off the chain because I have so much to talk about. So in my head, the bottom three I can't speak to. I would probably even consider taking Valhalla off this because I assume it's probably similar to the Ghost situation.
Yeah.
Where you're stopping every now and then to hear what's going on in the game. But I can't speak to that, so whatever. I feel like the top two choices of Avengers and Animal Crossing are really the clear choices here. Now, my pick is with Avengers, and I'll get to that. But the thing with Animal Crossing, is it a great podcast game? Yes, it's excellent. The thing with Animal Crossing is, though, you can jump into that game and have nothing to do in a day. Or if you do something in Animal Crossing, it could sometimes maybe take you an hour. And then you're done. Like, the game kind of locks you out of even doing anything because there are so many situations of that game where you have to wait. So like you don't play Animal Crossing for like 3 hours straight, for example. Like that's sort of rare unless you're like building or like constructing stuff. You're mostly going in, playing for an hour, hour and a half tops. That's time for one podcast if you're listening to an hour-long podcast. Maybe not even enough for the Joey Clicks Gamecast, for example.
Yeah, it's some of the longest episodes.
Exactly. A game that is the, I think, best definition of a podcast game is Marvel's Avengers, because for the majority of that, your brain is fucking off because it is mostly mindless action. You basically do everything over and over and over again. So at that point, you already know what's happening. You really don't need to listen to what the characters are saying because it's not anything that's integral, especially after you can complete the story. And it's one of those games where you're meant to grind. And I think grinding and podcasts go hand in hand. And it's one of those games where you just like go off and it's like, okay, I have this clear goal of maybe like getting a character to 150. So I'm going to listen to all the old Jedi Knights podcasts. I literally did that. So yeah, I really do think that's the winner in my mind.
I'll add on the Mega Hive. That's like 4 podcasts.
Oh, yeah.
That's a long haul.
I would not have played this game without podcasts.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that right now.
And I'll say this too. If you need a podcast to listen to while you're playing Avengers, why not listen to the world's #1 Marvel's Avengers podcast, Excelsior, uploaded to Joy Clicks and podcast services every Saturday.
Wow, there it is, dude. Plug master.
Now, Kevin, do you think we are shills? Because our podcast is dependent on success based on the success of Marvel's Avengers.
Like, I hear y'all, right? And I think it's no, secret that I didn't really get that into the old Avengers. I kind of just like, did the story, a great story. Liked it a lot of cool moments, Then after, it was like, yeah. I think I did a podcast routine one time with Avengers. And it just wasn't, I don't know, man. It's almost like, and I know the element of like a game being brain dead and you're doing a repetitious thing to grind something. Like, I get that is a good focal point and a good reasoning to why it's a podcast game. I think it's a little bit too brain dead with Avengers. Like, I feel like, in Valhalla, like, right, where I'm going to different artifacts throughout the map and I'm doing raids and everything, where like you don't need any dialogue, right? To get different Roman artifacts to start building up your camp, and then you're doing X, Y, and Z at a raid to be able to build up your camp in Valhalla. I feel like there's enough like diverse combat there. Maybe Avengers has changed. I don't know. I know they just got Kate Bishop. Shout out to that. But
super fun.
I think overall, like, the funness I'm having with Valhalla in terms of gameplay, where I do like that combat more than Avengers combat by a lot. I think that is what's edging it out for me. Now, another one that could really make it for me is Division 2. Now you're saying, Kev, they're both Ubisoft games. You're right. Ubisoft, I think, makes the best podcast games right now, full stop. In the industry, I think Ubisoft is the start for me of podcast games. Like, that's what I'm talking about.
Can I throw this your way, though? Do you think it's a detriment that a game like Assassin's Creed, because this is where I come from with Assassin's Creed and podcast games, like, the most recent Assassin's Creed I played is Odyssey, and while I see the points you're making in terms of like perfect game just throw a podcast on, isn't it Assassin's Creed's goal to immerse you in that world? Like, wouldn't you say that game is a failure of doing that if you're like, perfect game to just throw a podcast on and listen to that?
Didn't Jack just say that he can't play Avengers without a podcast? Isn't that like... a similar
think
thing
this-
right there, where
But
it's like,
Avengers isn't going for like an like Assassin's Creed's whole thing is like
you're playing the Avengers in a co-op.
I think
What
this
do
is
you
a
mean?
pejorative. I think this is a pejorative category, regardless. Like, I don't. Being a good podcast game isn't good. You know,
because I'll say this,
that-
Mhm.
that's at a detriment to any game. Like Marvel's Avengers, any of these games shouldn't be. Maybe Animal Crossing shouldn't be podcast games. We just sort of integrate podcasts into the routine
Yeah.
because of how they operate as a video game.
Yeah, like I think podcasts make Avengers more enjoyable.
That's what I would say. I think I agree with you.
What I was saying about or Assassin's Creed, because again I haven't played Valhalla, but like I would be more let down that like the Viking simulation game is dull enough that I have to throw a podcast on to have a better time.
It's
Like,
not
I'm-
even that it's dull. It's just that like I'm doing a grindy task,
Okay,
which
sure.
is settlement building, right? And there isn't like crazy lore or crazy dialogue instances. And even at that, even if you want to do a side mission, which they are very limited side missions in Valhalla, like it is like a one instance thing where I'm helping this dude throw his stuff over the cliff because he thinks that he can take it with him to Valhalla, right?
Mhm.
So I'm literally helping him pick up his stuff, throwing it over, and then that mission ends with him saying thank you, and he jumps off and kills himself because he's going to Valhalla, right? Like it's very, very like short, like 5 to 8 minute things like that, right? That don't require a lot, that don't require a lot of like super close attentiveness to the plot. Where you're gonna get those things is the main story,
Sure.
right? You know what I'm saying? But it's not that like it's worse when I'm not listening to a podcast. It's
Mhm.
just a different way that the game allows me to, if I don't want to do the main story right now, and I just want to, get on my horse, get some more iron, fight some homies, build up my settlement. Like I think the cream of the crop reasoning is that I find Valhalla's combat way better than Avengers. So from that standpoint, I would put it over Avengers.
I think I agree with Christian in that. Not that I wouldn't say Assassin's Creed Valhalla is a bad podcast game. I haven't played it, so I really can't speak to it. I feel like there's probably more instances in Valhalla than Avengers, where you're gonna have to pause and listen to what they're saying.
Yeah.
But still, I think listening to podcasts with the Avengers is an additive experience. Where you're right, like the combat in Avengers is repetitious, and it's probably not as satisfying as Assassin's Creed. But I think it's one of those experiences that is aided with podcasts because you are doing more mindless things, I think, in Avengers than probably you are in Assassin's Creed. And it's an instance where you can just use podcasts as sort of a crutch to like get you through it. Because like I wouldn't play that game right now if it weren't for podcasts. Like I constantly have podcasts going on with Avengers, where I think Assassin's Creed Valhalla could be played more separately without podcasts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 'cause-
Totally.
and the reason I wanted to ask about that was because, again, my only experience is Odyssey, so I'm comparing to that. But like Odyssey and Assassins in general, they just have worlds that I really like to explore a lot of, and it's like, yeah, traveling, sure, I'd be fine listening to something, but like I want to see like what surprises they throw at me. Avengers, I know what I'm getting. I'm going in and out of a place a million times. I like how the combat goes. I like the combos you can do enough that I'm satisfied, and I would play till an extensive period of time to get through a few podcasts. But yeah, I think I'm with Jack on this. For me, I think it's Avengers.
It's popcorn. Avengers is popcorn, and podcasts are the creamy butter.
So
I suppose I've been outruled. I suppose it's how it goes.
hey, Kevin, you know what? Just
Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Just
Cool.
give me this one because I know I'm going to get outvoted on the big one. So, just...
It's all good, bro. Oh man.
This is the one I have the most stake in.
So, for best podcast game, the nominees were Marvel's Avengers, Animal Crossing, New Horizons, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Division 2, Warlords of New York, and Destiny 2 Beyond Light. The winner is Marvel's Avengers.
Well deserved.
Congratulations.
Next up,
Congratulations.
Best Trailer. Now, the descriptor for this is like a little loose. It doesn't have to be a trailer for a game that's out already. It could just be a trailer for any game that released this year. Like it could have been a trailer for Ghost pre-Ghost release and then dropped out, you know. But as it stands, we got 3 on here. We got the Miles announcement trailer from the Sony PlayStation 5 reveal event. We have Final Fantasy 16 that was also at the same event. The Assassin's Creed Valhalla reveal trailer, which I cannot recall at the moment. I don't know where that was.
That I think just dropped.
That
I'm not
Was that a
Yeah.
forward
Was
or
it-
was that a leak?
I forgot if it was a forward. It might have been a forward. It might have
It
been
was-
when that one artist was doing the.
Oh, the boss
Remember
launch
when
thing, right?
he
Yeah.
was live streaming? Yeah. Maybe that one. I just think it looks. It's not reflective of like any gameplay. It's very much like a concept like trailer, but I just think it looks like beautiful. You know?
Yeah. AC always has those great like sort of
Yeah,
concept trailers.
yeah, for sure.
I believe Kevin just added the Sephiroth Smash trailer, which again, Smash trailers are always very good, so that one was excellent.
I would consider maybe I don't think I have added anything to this. I would consider the Hitman VR trailer. I know it's probably
That's
not
not-
as
yeah, it's a
much
good
up
one.
to snuff as these, but
Mhm.
I remember me having never played the
That's
newer
cool.
Hitman games. I was so hyped that they even considered that for this game.
Yeah,
That's
just
a good one.
because the thing is, you see that it's like, oh, this makes perfect sense, you know, like
100%. And it's very subtle. It's not show offy or anything. They're very almost humble about it
Yeah.
with that trailer. So I appreciate that one.
Did you guys see that, like the animated Hades launch trailer? That was like just a really cool animation.
Yes.
I don't recall any Hades trailers. Not that like they're bad. I just don't think I watched any of them, to be honest.
Kevin, if you look up quickly, just like Hades animated trailer, you
I
will
think I
see
know
it.
what it looked. I think I've seen the GIF of it.
Yeah, it's Zagreus. It's
It's
like a
when he,
2D
like,
hand
is
drawn. He's
there.
doing the thing. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I know how that looks. Yeah. That definitely looks dope for sure. For sure.
Would we consider this is like
Oh wait. Okay, not the Hitman VR trailer, but the Hitman 3 trailer with the fat beat.
oh sure, throw that on
That
there
one
too.
PlayStation,
slaps. Yeah, that one.
Kevin
slaps.
Mack is saying Demon Souls.
I think he was talking about podcast game.
Oh, that's
Which
an
I
assault.
I can't speak. to.
Wait.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I read that while we were talking about the podcast game.
Gotcha. Apologies.
But Dead Island E3 trailer is a very iconic trailer as well.
yeah,
Mhm.
that's
one's fun.
that's
Yes.
a great choice.
Yeah.
Um, two questions. I have one that I want to throw out there and see what we think about it. The Mass Effect Legendary Edition trailer, because that just like confirmed that we are finally getting the Mass Effect Trilogy remaster. It's a cool trailer. It's new renders of all the characters from the original trilogy. There's some cool voiceover. If anything, just a shout out. But I really,
Yeah.
I love what that trailer represents. You know.
Yeah, I think the thing about the Mass Effect remasters was more like the blog posts and the tweets rather than like I can't really even think of the trailer itself.
It's like
Yeah, I don't remember.
studio lighting on like slow mo of like the crew. Like each
Okay.
person gets their own shots, like less than a minute.
Shout out to that existing.
Yeah.
But I think it'd be more of a shout out than a
Yeah.
nominee here, in my opinion.
The other question I had though for you two, would you want to shout out the Last of Us Part 2 trailer that was a fake out? Was that this year? Like
No,
was it the
that-
launch
that was-
trailer?
explain that.
The
You
launch
mean the fake
trailer?
out where? Sorry, go ahead.
I'm not talking about the original fake out with like the hand over the mouth. I'm talking like the
Okay.
one that I think it was a launch trailer that had old Joel and like the scene where like Ellie was like teary eyed.
They all had them.
Okay.
That was a consistent. Yeah,
'cause-
yeah. Because that scene wasn't used just there.
Right. Okay.
It was used in previous ones, but they swapped out the character models in those trailers. Yeah, to have
Right,
old
okay.
Joel
Yeah.
instead of young Joel.
If any Last of Us trailer shows up here, I think it should be from this year. I think it should be. It was like the hyper realistic trailer of like Ellie running from a from a building, and there was like multiple different groups of people chasing her, and there was like clickers and stuff like that.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd even put that on this list.
Yeah, that one I like it. I always thought that it looked super like on the edge of uncanny, but
Well,
like it's
right.
not, but like it
Wasn't-
kind of is.
Wasn't that a live action trailer and then they did like a CG mask over the actress?
I think they did. Yeah, I think they did. And like it
Interesting.
didn't work that well. I'm like, I don't think I like this. Like it looks very beautiful, but I don't think I like I don't
It
know.
was one of those trailers you would see during like the NBA playoffs or something.
Yeah, yeah. I had a lot of people ask me, "Oh my god, like what's that video game?" I remember one dude telling me that like, "Hey, like that looks like a cool movie." I'm like, "No, like that's the game."
Mhm.
He's like, "Wow,
Yeah,
games are at this point now." Like it was a very old man game
Yeah.
interaction. It was very funny.
You could tell that was designed for like a general audience.
Mhm.
Definitely. Definitely.
Um,
Same with that weird like Avengers trailer. Do you remember that one? That was
Yeah.
like it looked like very weird.
I don't think I
Ki-
do.
Not live action, but
Yeah, Jack.
a
Remember, it was
different
then like
rendering.
in Times Square, and we were like, "This environment
Yeah.
isn't even in the game. Why is this here?" Like,
yeah, they were like it was a very like vibrant, punchy colored trailer that I get was supposed to like attract the eye and everything.
mhm.
I always found that trailer weird, but
I don't think I do, but I'm gonna look it up right now.
Okay. I wanted to throw also the Resident Evil Village trailer
ooh, that one's pretty
with the Chris at the end.
yeah,
But
yeah.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
How we feel about the PS5 console trailer where it stopped, then it went and kept going again, and then we got the digital edition, you know, the second time around. Do you remember that, guys?
Yeah, I sure do.
That was kind of crazy because digital edition never leaked, was never a thing till that stream. That was hype as hell. That was
That's a good
fire. That was
Yeah,
dope
they-
as fuck.
They did
Yeah.
nail that. I wonder if that's less of a trailer than it is like a end to their conference more than anything.
Yeah. Like, I don't think it necessarily belongs here. I think it's, but I do think it was one of like the hypest things this year for sure.
Yeah.
That was dope.
Okay. Are there any other ones that are sticking out to you guys that you want to throw out there for nominees?
I think that's it for me.
Yeah, I don't think there were many standout Nintendo trailers this year, based on memory. PlayStation side, there was Horizon, but I thought that the Horizon trailer was fine. You know, like I don't think it surprised me at all. It was like, hey, we all knew there was going to be a Horizon game coming.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We all knew it would be here, and it's what we expected, kind of.
Looks like Horizon.
Yeah.
I love the Miles Morales one because that one caught way off guard. At least for me, I
Yeah.
never thought we would get a Spider-Man game year one on PS5
Yeah.
in 2020 to get the reveal of the
Remember, we thought it was
Venom
infamous.
shot- Yeah. I
was just
thought
gonna
it was
say.
infamous. I was going crazy, and then we see Miles' face. Like, holy shit! Yeah. That one was a really, really good one. That's a really, really good one.
Yeah, like
That was great.
I really do think most of the standouts were from that PS5 event this year. I can't
That's
think of many other events that had huge.
Well, that was the closest I think we got to E3 this year was
Yeah.
that PlayStation event.
There was that one trailer that like emulated Death Stranding on the beach scene.
Oh, true, sure.
I
yeah,
forgot
that
what
was funny.
is, but yeah, that was good.
Goat Simulator devs, I believe. I agree with Kevin. I was rewatching our nominees, all the trailers, and just the ride in, I think it's like a minute or maybe less in that Miles trailer, or
It's
like close to it,
fantastic. It's fantastic.
was like perfect. It
It was
encapsulates like
short.
everything you need to know about that game.
Oh
And
yeah.
it was such a surprise. Like what we were all saying, we all thought that was infamous for a hot second. If you go back and look up that trailer, Marvel comes up first, but that like we saw the Miles's fist first,
Yeah.
and it was like electric venom powers, and we didn't expect that.
And they
um,
opened the conference. That was
Yeah.
the opener. Like, are you
After
kidding me?
GTA.
Let's go. Oh wait, yeah. I forgot.
But yeah, like you're right. Like that was such a surprise. Like no one saw a Spider-Man like sort of spin-off / sequel coming out, let alone this year. And I think it was such a huge payoff with it being like the standout PlayStation 5 game. Like
You
bar
know
none.
what's crazy about that too? It all makes sense because like there were leaks before this trailer came out where people saw a Spider-Man game being developed. They thought it was Spider-Man 2 because Miles was wearing his gift suit that Peter gave him, where it looks red and blue. So people thought that it was Peter. So there wasn't even like a fathom of a shred of a thought that that was Miles. So great, man. Oh
yeah,
good
and
times.
they saw the winter environment, I believe.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
mm-hmm. It all
Yeah,
makes
no,
sense. It all makes sense.
everything about I think it captures the like that game is decidedly called Spider-Man Miles Morales. In the trailer
Fuck yeah.
itself, like captures Miles, like
Jaden Smith, are you
from-
kidding me? Come on, man.
from the music to like how the character moves and just like everything about it is
It's perfect.
screams
You know what?
Miles Morales, and
I-
think
That's my favorite trailer. That's a favorite trailer.
I
That's
have one more I want to throw out there before we trim down. The Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart trailer from the same event.
also good.
Because I don't know if any opinions have changed since then, but for me, that is still, I think, the best showcase we saw so far of the SSD and what that can do for game design. And also, it ended with a thing that I really respect with trailers of like a big wait, what moment? And that was the female Lombax that like Clank gets thrown into her dimension. So I think as a trailer, it's really good too. And obviously, like I might be biased, I'm a big Ratchet and Clank fan, but I thought it was really good. So
That's a great trailer. Where do I replay all those? I've never played except for
Bro,
you gotta
let
own a
me-
PS3.
It is.
Well, I
it
got
is it's a feat. It's a feat. But you gotta get a. Yeah, I got the trilogy. I had to get Tools of Destruction off of GameStop because I guess I don't know why I can't buy games off the PS Store on PS3,
I heard about that. Yeah.
and then the rest are PS now.
All right.
It's
All right.
upsetting. I want to go
Damn,
through them
there's
all
so-
again, but I want the platinums, but I need to buy
Ooh,
PS3.
speak my language.
I need to buy PS3 first. Okay, so it sounds like Miles is a lock. The Miles and Aspen trailer. I would say Sephiroth and Smash is probably a lock.
Yes.
Yeah,
was
I
like-
agree.
That man, that trailer was wild.
I think you can get rid of Last of Us live action.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Now, I'd also be fine cutting the Hades animated one because I like the style of it a lot, but I don't think it's fully representative of anything outside this like the vibe of that game because I think visually it doesn't even look like the art style of the game.
Yeah, and also the fact that like some of us haven't, like that didn't reach us.
Yeah.
And we've all played it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It didn't have that impact.
Do we want to throw 16 as a nominee?
Yeah, we've talked a lot about that.
Because
That I thought
Mhm.
was very long.
It was really long.
Yeah, I think
Like
it was
a
like
little
really
too
long.
long.
3 or 4 minutes. Let me check.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is pretty long. I think
It's 4 minutes. Dope gameplay though. The combat looked awesome. Like seeing
It
how
looked
much of that
awesome,
game was
yeah.
actually finished. You know, like that was a huge
Yeah.
surprise. The fact that it showed up, even the fact that it's an exclusive for however long, like it came with a lot of surprises. I can't really think of anything negative to say about that trailer except for the whole Joshua thing.
That's what I'm about to say. I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm
I
like,
fucking hate that.
Joshua.
Like I think it could get a nominee, but because of Joshua, it cannot win. I refuse.
Oh man, there's a specific. Actually, no. There's 2 shout out moments in the Valhalla review trailer. It's one where Eivor is like in a crowd and he's like walking through it, and the camera's behind him, and you see like the northern lights in the sky of Norway. That shot I'll never forget. Like I just love how that looked. And then I love the shot where they're in battle towards the end of the trailer, and he sees Odin for like a split second, and he goes
Yeah.
like, Odin is with us, like high as hell. So there's some cool moments in the Valhalla trailer, but if we don't want it in there, I'm willing to give it up. It's okay. It's all good.
I mean, I really liked that trailer. It was more of the
Dope.
stuff after the fact that desold me on it, but yeah, like Jack said earlier, the Assassin's trailers are always really, really good.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, and I agree with Christian. I think this should be in here. Like that trailer compared to other Assassin's Creed trailers, I think this was one of the better like storytelling trailers that they've done with these like style of trailers. Because like I think I'm not familiar. Was it the king speaking, like the English king speaking, and he's talking about like the barbarism of the Vikings, and he's saying all these like terrible things, but meanwhile, like it's actually the English who are doing all these terrible things, and the Vikings are being like good people, and they're being good to their people. So yeah, I don't know. I think it was a really good story trailer. Good set piece.
I agree. Okay, so we have 3 slots taken. There's 2 openings between 16, Hitman VR, Hitman 3, Resident Evil Village, and Ratchet and Clank.
You guys can pick because I don't feel too strongly about these.
Between Joshua and how long that trailer was, because it was long. I just double checked. It is 4 minutes. There's a lot of hype there, Kevin. But do you think the content there makes it hang with the top 5?
I hear you on like there's a lot of like just stuff they're showing you that I think will make sense when we play the game and like back at the trailer, right? On like why it was included. But you're right. Like there is a lot of like what one could construe as fluff, even though there are really cool moments of like even seeing like oh my god, Ifrit, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, seeing Ifrit in there as well. I almost said Ingrid. So I was like, it's not Ingrid, Kev. What is it? So there's some cool stuff. You know what? I'm okay with letting that go. It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. I understand.
So I really like that Village trailer.
Mm.
I think it's a good one. I like the reveal at the end. I think Village and Ratchet and Clank, I think, have that kind of twist at the end of the trailer that makes you question things, you know, with Chris shooting who is presumably Mia, and then Ratchet, like I said, with the female Lombax. But those Hitman trailers are really good too. So Kevin, where's your mind at?
I think those 2 trailers are the standouts. If I had to pick 2, I would choose Ratchet and Resident Evil.
Okay.
Yeah. We're gonna do those 2, but man, I was hops off for that fat beat at that Hitman 3 trailer. Not the VR one, just the regular Hitman 3 trailer.
Mm-hmm.
God damn.
Yeah, that was
That
dope.
beat. Son of a bitch. Fuck. You
So,
fucking killed it.
Winner. I know we were hot on Miles. Out of Miles Morales announcement trailer, Sephiroth and Smash, Assassin's Creed Valhalla cinematic trailer, Resident Evil Village PS5 event trailer, and Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart reveal trailer. Is this still Miles?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
So
I think
Miles.
it's still Miles, man. Yeah.
Mhm.
I'll never forget the goddamn such a good trailer.
What about you, Christian? Where do you fall?
I like the Miles trailer. I think it's like fine. You know, outside of the initial like hype behind it, and I think the strongest thing in that trailer is the opening, and then the rest of it just kind of peters out of like, oh, it's a Miles game, awesome, and more of like what that means for it. I think Ratchet and Clank has a lot more going on in it. That's a lot more interesting. That ties into what the game is going to be like. Where Miles is just like he's got the Venom powers and the invisible powers, and it is a cinematic. Ratchet has gameplay, which I'll give a buff to. So yeah, if it was one for me, I'd probably say Ratchet. And then close behind would be Sephiroth and Smash. But I think the Miles one is good. It's just out of all of these, I think Valhalla is the weakest one out of the 5, but I'd put Miles right after that. I think personally. But
Ratchet would be a good choice.
Yeah, I would have taken Ratchet too, honestly. Like, yeah, but admittedly, I'll admit that the Miles trailer definitely speaks a lot to me,
sure.
given that song specifically that I loved way before the trailer even came out.
Mhm.
You know,
Oh,
Huge
Kevin
hate.
over here.
hey,
I didn't want to say it.
I'm just I got
I
to
know,
how it
I know.
is. You know, I got to how it is. I'm a Jaden Smith stan. You know.
So for best trailer, the nominees are the Miles Morales. Oh, we ran through them all. The winner is the Miles Morales announcement trailer. Congratulations, Miles.
Well done, Miles.
Good stuff, man.
Okay. This one, honestly, low key might be the most contentious one. We got best music.
Yeah.
We're fucking
Hard.
fighting here. Yeah. This
Also,
one's tough.
if anybody needs a beverage break or anything, bathroom break, feel free to take it because we got 1, 2, 3, 4 categories left. So we're downhill from here on out. But
Sure.
if we need a break, feel free.
I'm all
I'm
good.
good.
Let's go.
I've been taking intermittent breaks here and there.
Okay. Okay, let me clear this up. Noms, wipe those. All right. So for best music, Kevin, would you like to read off the nominees?
Yes, for best music, we got Ghosts of Tsushima, Hades, Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, I think what the DE stands for,
Mm-hmm.
Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Final Fantasy VII Remake, and The Last of Us Part 2.
Okay. Out the
good.
gate, are there any missing ones?
Shout out to Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I'm cool with that. Shout out to Ghost Runner. There's some fat beats in there that are like, God, like this is too good, you know.
Mm-hmm.
There was some times where I was stuck in Ghost Runner where like I was legitimately head bopping to the beat, you know. It's just legit good music,
Yeah.
but
there is a huge omission
oh,
that must be rectified.
What's up?
what
Tony Hawk, Pro Skater 1 and 2.
Ooh. Very good point, Jack.
big yikes! I can't speak to that.
Granted, I've only played that for like an hour or so, but like, come on.
Yeah, that is a very, very good point. Okay. So we haven't trimmed down to the nominees yet. I listed all the things we shouted out. So currently we got Ghost, Hades, Xenoblade Chronicles, Ori, 7 Remake, Last of Us Part 2, New Horizons, Tony Hawk, Ghost Runner. Any other, Kevin, was there any like PS5 games that you liked the soundtrack of a lot that we didn't really bring up? Bugsnax got some bops in it. Oh, the Bugsnax
Playroom.
song.
Oh yeah, that one
Yeah, there
hit.
are Bugsnax in there.
Playroom has some bangers.
Okay.
Bangers in Playroom, like bangers for real. Like I want to hear it at the club, you know.
Mhm.
If we ever go, probably not. But honestly, other than that, no, I don't. Yeah, I don't think we got any. Valhalla music is cool. It's not as good as Odyssey.
Mhm.
Odyssey just has like such a recognizable tone. Maybe it's because the amount I played of Odyssey, but I don't think I've heard a tune in Valhalla that rivals Odyssey. You know.
Was there anything in Crash? I haven't played Crash yet, but was there any standout Crash music? No, because like some of the trilogy, I really love the music in the Crash games, but
Yeah. Like it might be your jam, probably just not my jam. I don't
Sure.
know.
Okay.
Like it's good. It's just not anything I remembered that well.
Okay.
I think I have a hot take here in this list too. I'm pretty sure I have a pretty hot take
for like a pick, or do you want to narrow down?
for something that I kind of want to narrow down that like I don't think I'll vote for.
I'll say, well, lead with your.
We gotta
hot take,
narrow
'cause
this because
yeah.
this is a really good list.
Lead with your hot take because I have like Animal Crossing. I think the new Leaf music is better. It's more diverse. Like I get we're going for the island thing, but like
Oh, I hear you. I love.
it's a lot
the-
of the same kind of sounding thing, and even at
That would
night,
be-
yeah.
That'd be the first one I would get rid of. Regardless,
Really?
it is good, but
Okay.
like
I hear
I'd
you.
whittle that down.
Because like I love the older Animal Crossing games because at night it's like very, very subtle and it's like a piano only, but even at night in Animal Crossing we're still getting like the plucky like stuff. It's like chill out for like an hour. You got 24 hours in a day. Give me one that's like low key.
I don't think part 2 stands a chance.
Me either.
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it.
Wow.
I'm gonna say it. I'm sorry. I'm gonna
Now,
say it. I'm
It's
gonna
not my
say it.
vote, but I
I know.
wholeheartedly disagree.
Dude, I remember so much of Last of Us 1 music, so specifically.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of a part 2. soundtrack,
Like-
like melody or anything.
I lo-
anything.
I like the like not extended, but like the slowed down version of the main theme with Gustavo doing like a lot of strumming on like some of the notes and like hanging on for those. That I think plays at the end of the game, like the very, very end when Ellie's walking away. But like most like the music in that game is like the standouts for me were the licensed things of like Future Days and Take On Me. Like,
How could you forget Have a Good Day by 50 not 50 Cent. Oh my god. Damn it, Kev. How dare you?
Ice Cube.
Ice Cube, thank you. Come on now.
That's also in
Fire.
there. I didn't catch that the first time because it's like very, very
Oh.
subtle in the background. Like
I don't know if I've heard that.
it's when
Wait,
you were
really?
crawling through the vents to get to Nora. Like you
Oh,
had to be
yeah,
right
yeah,
above
yeah.
the vent
Gotcha.
really to hear it. Like if you were
Okay.
just like nonstop, you would have missed it because that's what happened to me.
Yeah.
But
It's very, very subtle, yeah.
yeah.
do you want
I
to defend
mean,
it?
Well, here's the thing. Like, I do agree with you guys that the like Gustavo. I feel like with the first game, like it being a new project, he was allowed like that sort of freedom where he could explore the sound of The Last of Us in terms of music, and he really like sort of set the tone for what that is. And within part 2, he doesn't maybe explore it as much as say like John Williams did between episode 4 and episode 5, where like episode 5 clearly there's like a sense of progression where I don't think we got that with part 2. So to an extent I agree. I still think it's incredible. Like I really do still think he does an amazing job, even if there aren't any standout musical sort of pieces that we can discern from part 2.
Mhm.
I also think that the licensed stuff, like what Christian was saying, is like some of them are completely integral to that game, and I feel like the idea of the guitar in that game is really important, and you can't even separate that from the experience itself. And like the game like prompts you to stop and like strum the guitar, even if you're just doing silly stuff. Like music in this game I think is integral to the experience, regardless of it being like standout Gustavo notes or anything.
Mhm.
I think it's like wholeheartedly deserving to be on this list. I don't, like I said, I wouldn't vote for it, but I think it should at least be in the nominee list.
Okay, we don't
Yeah.
have to take it off yet or ever. We can leave it for now and like see if there's other things. Listen,
Uh-oh.
there's so many of these games that I adore, but I've always had more of a fondness for the Thug music than the Pro Skater music in Tony Hawk.
Oh, me too.
So I'm fine cutting Tony Hawk.
I am also fine cutting Tony Hawk. I
Yeah.
just think we should have at least considered
Yeah,
it.
shout out Tony Hawk, because like they couldn't even get all the music on there. That's not their fault. That's like the artist's fault. But
Yeah.
the number of times I've thrown on playlists from Spotify that were like the Thug
Yeah.
soundtrack while I'm playing that game, like yeah,
Yep.
Would you fight for Xenoblade? Like
absolutely.
how hard do you
Absolutely,
fight for
it is.
that?
It is
Okay.
in the nominees because I can just say it right now because like I know it's not gonna win, but like Xenoblade, the music in Xenoblade is fantastic, and it's already enough that like every location, you know, every RPG battle theme, all of them have their own like they're all good tracks, right? But with Xenoblade Chronicles, there's a day and night cycle. Every single location, from the main fields to all the towns, they all have a daytime version and a nighttime version of each town's and area's theme. Both of them are excellent in different ways. The nighttime one is like it's got the same melody of it, but it's way more chill. So on that alone, I think it's got a really good like breadth in terms of the vibes it goes for. And I haven't beaten the game yet, but every single location I've been to, each track works great in both versions of like the day and night cycle renditions of each theme. If you guys need evidence, Gaur Plains, Gaur Plains, like grass plains, daytime and nighttime, listen to both of those. They are fantastic. They're very, very good.
I think the thing about that is that I have no frame of reference for Xenoblade. I couldn't even tell you what the game looks like.
I don't even
what it
know-
sounds like.
I don't even know what game. I'm with you. I don't know what gameplay looks like. I have no clue. I know of it. I just have no frame of reference at all whatsoever. I will fight in a very similar way that you're fighting for Xenoblade. I'll fight for Ori. I don't expect it to win. But Ori has some incredible music that you know how like when you look at Star Wars, right? You can hear it.
Mm-hmm.
When I look at Ori, I can hear Ori. It's like that. Like it's a very, very similar connection where it's like that music just works so well with the vibe, with the overall aesthetic of Ori, that it's one of my favorite soundtracks ever, period. Full stop. You know? And I think it gets better with the second game. I think the second game is a better soundtrack overall than the first game. And the first game was great too. You know? So shout out to Will-O-Wisp.
Can I suggest, unless someone wants to fight for these, can we get rid of Ghost Runner, Astros, and Bugsnax? Just to make it easier.
Ghost Runner hurts, it's okay. Bugsnax, a big shout out, but it's okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
And your cool Astro also getting cut.
Yeah, even oh man, some bangers. So fun.
Like, I'm sure those are great, but just to make it easier, because there are some pretty
Yeah. It's fine. It's okay. It's fine.
contentious picks here.
I have just made a fantastic discovery. The
Okay.
composer for Xenoblade Chronicles is Yoko Shimomura, who has done all of the Kingdom Hearts music. So,
Okay, well that makes
Kevin,
perfect
you know
sense.
the Kingdom Hearts music's really good, right?
Yes, yeah, okay, yeah.
Like
Yes.
if you want, I have
some
one of the
bangers,
things.
some
I can
bangers.
play like 5 seconds and show you the difference between the day and the night one, just to get it out there and
Jack,
prove
this
it.
man is fighting so hard, man.
The thing is,
Look at this.
I
man's
know it
effort.
won't win.
I
but
wish I
would-
played this game so I could like talk about it, because like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I believe you. I believe you. I believe you.
I
But
do too.
I've just never heard it.
to
Just off
secure
the Kingdom Hearts one.
like this. Just give me like 10 seconds of the melody. I'll play it out loud, and you guys can see how catchy it is and how good it is. Okay.
Okay.
Go
This
for it.
isn't gonna be like a it gets good, I promise thing. Okay. Like it hits out the gate. Okay. Like this is out the gate. Okay. Jack can hear this too, I think.
Very, very Kingdom Hearts.
If you were to tell me this was in a Smash Brothers game, I would have.
I would have believed you. Oh,
Oh.
yeah, 100%.
It
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
It's there's Xenoblade stages in Smash.
This mother. This
and
guy.
Okay.
and quickly the nighttime version so you can see it.
Ah, okay, I see. Okay. I see. Okay, I like that.
Mhm,
Okay.
mhm.
I'm with that. Okay.
Every
Okay.
track.
Okay. I'm with that. Shout out to Ghost Music too. I don't think it'll win, but shout out to Ghost Music. I think there's some very, very good. Jin Sakai's theme is. I think if there was a category for like the best overall theme
Yeah.
song, it's Jin Sakai's theme. It is fantastic.
Yeah, there were times where I pulled up the photo mode just to listen to the music and like look at the environment. Like
It's great music. It's great music. Even when you go over it on the home screen on PS4 or PS5, even that music there is beautiful. Fire across the board. Fire.
Mhm.
I think I'm outvoted. Like I'm pretty sure Last of Us is not going to be on here, but I think that is a tragedy.
Dude.
Well,
I think that is a tragedy.
here,
bro,
okay.
I don't know, man. I mean, shout out to Gustavo, 100%. Love him, but man, I don't know, dog.
I would argue
really
that-
cannot think of I can't hear Last of Us Part 2.
I would argue that music in The Last of Us is like more integral to the experience than probably any game. Like it is physically
Yeah.
involved in the game.
Yes,
Yeah.
you're right. Yes.
Like
The
mhm.
connection between Joel and Ellie is in this point in this game is music.
Yeah.
Yes. You're not wrong.
Why don't we pick what we all think are locks, and then deal with what's left?
Okay.
I think Hades is an absolute lock. Okay?
Yeah,
Hazel Luck.
100%.
Hazel Luck.
Because I don't know how they did it, but like the game knows like when you're about to like do something incredible, and then like the way they end on a guitar riff at times, like the soundtrack of Hades made that game.
It's great,
incredibly epic.
Yep.
I think my like favorite individual like sound in Hades is when you first start a run, like the like little like taps. It's like, oh, like we're gonna fucking do this shit. Like yeah, like let's go. Like we about to kill it. Yeah, I love it. Love it.
Okay.
I wish I could speak
by far along.
I agree. Even having not played that, I believe you. I wish I would have played Ori and Xenoblade because I can't speak to those. Like, dude, and I'm so opinionated about this.
Ori's fucking incredible.
Yeah.
But hey, honestly, off of what you share with Xeno, I see what you're saying. I feel you. Ori is fantastic too.
Yeah, and granted, Xenoblade is something I've only like begun to dabble in, but I've listened to a lot of the soundtrack like recently because the game came out like a very long time ago. It has a huge reputation. It came out on the Wii, kind of got screwed over with its release because like it's a full-blown RPG that released on the Wii, so nobody played it. But the new version, what I played of it, is really, really good. It'd probably be maybe in the top contention for like other categories if I played more of it. But the music, I think, is fantastic. And like the one thing I could see against it would be like, hey, it's a remaster, but it's still like they're still doing work to the music the way, not to the extent, but similar to how 7 Remake is. It's based on existing music. It's just been done again. So if it doesn't count out 7 Remake, I don't think it would count out Xenoblade.
No, definitely not.
Okay. So yeah, I can't, like Jack said, I can't really speak to Ori either. Clearly Kevin's passionate about it though, but I really like the Ghost music. Jack, you're making a really good point. You're selling me a little bit on Last of Us with like just the role music plays.
I have a question. Do we all have a winner that we have in our heads?
No.
Yeah, and it's not Last of Us for me.
Really?
But I think it should be on this list. Yeah.
That is enticing. Okay, I do want it. Okay, wait. I think I might know what it is. I have it for sure. Like I'm next to Unswayed. You know.
All right.
I could go a couple ways.
Okay.
Because I know Xenoblade will not win, but I'm torn. I think mainly 2 ways, but a little in a third way between Hades and 7 Remake and then Ghost, because I really like some of the music in Ghost.
Let's just build the top 5. So what do we have so far, like for sure?
Hades, 7 Remake, Xenoblade.
Do we all like Ghost enough to put it as a lock?
I would.
Yeah, but like between the last 3, again, I can't speak to Ori. I would rather sacrifice Ghost than part 2.
Kevin, if you had to choose between Ori and Ghost, what would you choose?
Fuck.
Because I would vote. I don't know how the math works here, but I would vote for Ghost out of these 3 first.
Should we do that? Should we say of the final 3, pick the top 1 right now?
Yeah, out of the final 3, pick your favorite. I would say Ghost.
Can you say it 3? Can you say it 3?
Ghost, Ori, part 2.
Oh god, nerves. Shit. Oh man.
This might not help
us.
No. Yeah, I think.
What about top 2? Do your top 2. That might find easier for us.
Ori and Ghost are my top 2.
I'd say Ghost and Last of Us.
I would also say Ghost and Last of Us.
Okay, it's fine. Ori, I'll see you later, bro. It's alright. It's cool.
So I will.
Shout out to Ori.
Yeah, I think that's how just the math works out. I'm sorry, Kevin.
Hold up. So Xenoblade got on here?
Do you want to play some samples? Because I'll listen.
That's a good point. Christian did sneak that one in there, didn't he?
Well, hey, Kevin.
That's
Kevin,
fucked up. That's some
Kevin
bullshit.
agreed with me. Kevin co-signed it. Kevin co-signed it.
No, I didn't.
Yes,
what?
you did. You said, "I get it, man. I get it."
I said I get it.
Oh man, that doesn't hold up. Christian.
Wow, this man.
I don't know if that one holds up.
Hold up. Let me bring something to the court. Hold on.
I think you should bring Xenoblade back down with Ghost, Last of Us, and Ori.
Okay.
But again,
I thought after I
can't
gave
believe
my example and Kevin was like, you know what, it's good.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Okay.
All right. Hold on. Let me. Hold on.
here's the thing: one of those games will be on the list, and only one person can speak to it.
Yeah,
It's a fair point.
So it's
That's
hard
what
to
I'm saying.
even really.
that's what I'm saying.
It's hard
show,
to pick.
Show an example.
All right. Hold on. Give me a second.
Pull up a track.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, we can all hear the music, you know, like we can judge
That's
it
a good
based
point.
on like a pitch.
Hold on.
Like it doesn't work in full context, but it's still music, you know. Like you can
Yeah.
still...
It's tough. This one's tough because it is so like
Okay,
personal in a way.
I got it. I got it. I'm gonna play you, like we'll say like 10, 12 seconds. This is the main theme, by the way. So this theme happens throughout the game,
Mhm.
and it changes a little bit. But like even like when it's like a boss fight, you hear this main theme and stuff like that.
Got it.
It's hard because they're so different. Ori and Xenoblade.
You know what I'm saying? Like there's other versions of that where I like it more than the vanilla main theme, but I'll just leave it at that. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I'll just leave it at that for the
So
for the sake of, you know.
so because I misinterpreted, we have 4 options in the bottom. I wasn't sneaking it. I thought we got an
He's so
okay.
slick.
That's fair.
Christian-
That's fair.
Christian is so slick, man.
So go again. Your top 2 between Ori, Xenoblade, Ghost, and Last of Us. What are your top 2?
what's the 4 that we have locked?
We have 2 locked now.
We have Hades and Final Fantasy locked, and then it's Ori, Xenoblade, Ghost, and Last of Us 2 up in the air.
Well, we all agree on Ghost, but I know Jack is contentious on. He put Last of Us over Ghost, right?
Yeah.
Because I put Xenoblade over Ghost.
Okay.
And
That-
Kevin,
well,
if you put
that-
Ori
okay.
over Ghost, wait, is that the?
I think this makes it more okay. Yeah. So Christian, what do you say of those? 4?
Hold up. We all like ghost music.
Right, but all
So-
of
Is
us,
that right?
all of us want one of these things over Ghost, though. Even though we all like
Yeah.
Ghost.
We should, Omar. Here in the chat, you choose. Just
Look,
Well,
choose.
hold on.
Look.
Like, as much as
I
it's, yeah. Go ahead, Kevin.
I think we've all agreed that ghost is good, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I
So-
think that's all our number 2 choice.
Yeah.
Right, which I think has to mean something. So,
Mm-hmm.
and there's like 3 other slots. You know what I'm saying? That
Right.
that we can fight over. So, I think
Yeah.
it's acceptable to have all of our number 2 on the list. You know?
Yeah, and then cut Ghost. Is that what you're
What?
saying? Because
No,
like
I'm saying,
all 3 of us have one thing that we refuse to not let on the list, and Ghost is all of our second choice.
Yeah, so Kevin is saying that Ghost should be a lock because of that.
Well,
like to be on the top 5.
right, but if like I'm kind of with Jack, where I would be okay with Ghost not being here to get Xenoblade on, the way he'd be okay with not having Ghost to get Last of Us on.
Yeah, I'd be okay with cutting Ghost.
So Kevin, if you feel like you'd rather have Ori over Ghost, even though we all like Ghost, like, because it's more about the nominee than anything else. Because I don't think Ghost would win. Would either of you vote for Ghost?
No.
No.
Oh, yeah, me
No.
either. So it's
No.
more about the getting into the top 5 at this point.
Which also kind of doesn't matter, but
Well, yeah, but I
We
mean, like,
are.
if,
Okay,
if
how
it's still
about
top 5?
how
you know?
about
yeah.
how
definitely.
about we all say fuck Ghost and just put Last of Us, Ori, and Xenoblade, and we're all happy.
That's what I
I
was
think
saying.
that would make us all feel very good about
Fuck it.
ourselves.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Ghost, I'm
That's what I
sorry.
was trying
I'm
to
a
say.
fuck
If that wasn't clear, I'm
Alright.
sorry.
Okay,
Alright,
cool.
that-
All right, fine.
Well done, gentlemen.
Good job,
That was
guys.
a gentleman's agreement.
Sorry, Ghost. The Ghost music's so good. All right.
Yeah, Ghost
It
music
is. It
incredible.
is. It is. It is incredible. Yeah.
It's one of those things where I wish I played all these games so I could have had like a more holistic argument. But
Okay. So, what's everybody's top 2?
Final Fantasy VII Remake. And okay, do I like Hades more than Ori? That's a great question. I think I might. Do I?
Because for me, it's 7 Remake and Hades.
Yeah, it's Hades with a bullet
think-
for me as number 1, and then Last of Us 2.
It's definitely Final Fantasy VII Remake for me as at number 1, 100%. Not even a contest. But it's really between Ori and Hades. Which one I like more? Hades has a little bit of recency bias, but you know what? Nah, I think Hades is the second one for
Okay.
sure.
So,
Yeah.
So, Jack, you said your number 1 is Hades. Kevin, you said your
Yep.
number 1 was 7.
Yes.
I could go either way on this.
Yeah, this was kind of. I mean,
'Cause-
what
Mhm.
what shined brightly for me with Final Fantasy VII Remake's music was playing the original and
Yeah.
seeing the adaptation of those tracks. Right, it's like, oh my god, like it works too well.
Mhm.
You know, where it's like shit, like they nailed it on every track that they redid.
Mhm.
You know, like it's fantastic.
Yeah, I think I agree, and I like, man, the Airbuster fight, like the heavy guitar and stuff like that, like hearing Sephiroth's theme throughout the
It's
game,
so
like,
good. Man.
it's
It's
so-
it's so good.
yeah, like hearing the original track is like On Our Way, and then but like we got like the 7 Slums is like the reorchestration of that, kind of like hearing that for the first time made me super emotional. Red 13's theme is my favorite, but like barely got that in 7.
But man, you know that's gonna
I-
bang in part 2. I can't wait.
Like the one advantage I could lean towards Hades on is that it is new. You know, because like I really love the music in 7 and in 7 Remake, but like it is working off of something, so I could see that be like a slight thing against it for Hades. Because Hades music, I think, it's great because it takes a lot of like ancient Greek sounds and it works it into like rock music in a really interesting way, and for some reason it works. Similarly, like what I said before with the fact that it's a roguelike, and the way it acts as a soundtrack to what you're doing, and how you get used to the cycle of what music is playing, and then suddenly you'll find a random chamber on your path. It's like a safe room kind of, and then it's like a nice breather from the intense music. Like, I think Hades music works in sort of like a really fluid way, because that's how the game is designed, you know? So like,
I hear you.
I think sound is really important to Supergiant games from the 2 I've played, and I was so interested. I was thinking about this category recently, Hades specifically, like how an indie developer of I think less than 20 people, like, hit the nail on the head with music so squarely. Like, I don't know who they reached out to like work with and like integrate their music into the game, but like it fits so well, and like what Christian was saying, it just like mirrors your actions so perfectly. Again, I can't really speak to Final Fantasy yet because I haven't played it yet. But yeah, my choice would be Hades. I think that it, with the budget and the constraints they have as an indie studio, taking into account the just incredible music regardless, I think it's Hades for me.
Jack, I think you're swaying me a bit, because like my one point of contention with 7 Remake is that it's amazing music. It's so goddamn good, and it's great orchestrations of it, but it is based on music that exists. That's the one thing that I could, like, the points you're making about Hades and Supergiant might be swaying me a little bit. Kevin, do you have anything to add?
Hades music, to me, is phenomenal when you're playing the game, right? Final Fantasy VII music, I've played in the car.
Yeah, okay, you're right.
I have played that when I'm in the Fry's grocery store.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be bumping Hades music. Like that's just it's not, it's not gonna, it's not the right, So I think the fact that the music can transcend the video game as to like when you hear Aerith's theme, like chills.
Yeah.
Chills. And it's like fuck, like, oh my god. When you hear One Winged Angel during the Smash trailer, you lost your fucking mind, Christian.
No,
you know what I'm saying? Like
you're right, yeah.
there's a level to the Final Fantasy has like 7 music that Jack, I cannot wait to experience because fuck, man. God
Yeah.
damn. Like
I'm excited.
it transcends the art where it's just iconic by itself.
Yeah.
You
Kevin,
know?
I'm glad you made that point. Wait, Jack, were you gonna say something?
No, nope.
Okay. Yeah, I'm glad you made that point because I'm trying to find it right now, but in my Spotify Wrapped, like Nobuo Uematsu, who's the one who did the music for 7, he
Yeah.
was my number 2 most listened to artist of the year. So like,
Damn.
I think you clinched it there.
I don't think I'm swayable. I think it's
Yeah,
Final
I'll
Fantasy,
vote 7
you know?
because they're both
You know.
so good. But you like
they are both really good. Yes,
you're right. The music in 7 remake does stand on its own. Where
it's fantastic.
to be fair, I've pulled up the Hades music at times when I'm like was shoveling or something, and I was like, let me
Shoveling.
yeah, we got snow, Kevin.
Snow, baby.
Oh,
Shit sucks.
losers. Just
Yeah.
snow.
Snow's awful.
But yeah, like even outside of this year, I've listened to this Final Fantasy 7 music like pretty frequently. So
Dude, that makes me so excited to play this game. Just
Jack,
from like everything you've talked
you're
about,
gonna-
like regardless of music. Oh
You're
man,
gonna adore it. I can't wait.
stoked.
I
Yeah,
can't
Lock
wait.
myself in my room.
I can't
play
wait.
that game.
God damn. I
now
can't wait.
all they need to do, I've been waiting all year, put the damn remake soundtrack on Spotify.
I need that on Apple Music too. You can buy it on iTunes. It's like $40.
I'd
I've
do it.
thought about
I'd do it. I would do it.
I've
$40.
I've thought about it, but it's like 40, like
Right.
40. When
That's a
when
lot.
I hope eventually it'll be on Apple Music for streaming at some point.
Well, they just, I think last year, Square was like, hey, all the Final Fantasy music is on Spotify because OG7's on there. And just this year, they finally officially put Kingdom Hearts music on there, but it's only like from 3. So I think
Yeah.
7 might come.
There's OG FF7, but not the remake version.
Right, yeah, same thing.
Yeah.
So in the category of Best Music, the nominees were Hades, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, and The Last of Us Part 2. The winner is Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Well deserved. Well deserved.
Yeah.
You'll love to see it.
This I think was the most contentious category.
Yeah,
so
that was
No,
crazy.
yeah.
which I didn't expect honestly, but it was it's an incredible year for music. Well done, music. You nailed it again.
Aerith's theme, man. Aerith's theme
Yeah.
is
Dude,
God
One
damn.
Winged Angel. Like the okay.
Jesus
okay.
Christ, man.
Um,
So good.
Okay. Next up, Best Remaster Remake. Jack, read off those nominees that we got so far.
Gotcha. So we have Final Fantasy VII Remake. We have Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. We have Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2. Resident Evil 3. And we have Super Mario 3D All Stars. I have a opinion already about one of those.
I do as well.
A negative one.
I do as well, Jack. Are we in the same page, Jack? Are we in the same?
So
Are we about to start swinging?
worth
I don't
noting,
think Mario deserves to be on this.
That's what I'm saying. Let's go. Let's
worth
go. Bro.
noting, worth noting.
go.
I specified specifically Mario Galaxy in there because it is a.
You're gonna silo a third of the game.
I mean, like, yeah, the points about 64 are valid. It's a remaster that's like they made it like look like it's HD. I think Sunshine is a really good transfer because they made it widescreen. They've updated since then to fix the major issues people had. But the art direction of Sunshine is great, and I think HD helps it. But specifically with Galaxy came out in like 2009, I think. Galaxy in HD looks beautiful. Like, you could show Galaxy in HD to somebody that does not know much about games and say, hey, this is the new Mario game that's coming out this year, and they'd say it looks great, and it looks like they'd believe that because it's not like as like the textures on his overalls aren't there the way they are in Odyssey, but like the artistic direction that Galaxy is in terms of just like space and making space form around themes of Mario translates very, very well to HD. Also, control wise, it's only been playable on the Wii and a like Chinese exclusive release that was like similar to this version, but they translated a game that was meant to be played with motion controls to work on a Pro Controller very well, and also they translated the motion controls to work very well on a system where motion controls are rarely the norm, and it works flawlessly. When I play Galaxy on my Switch, I'm doing it split Joy-Con, and it feels great. It works just as well as I remembered it working on the Wii.
So here's my thing with this game. Granted, I haven't played it.
Yes.
From what I've heard from experts like Tim Geddes and stuff like that, it doesn't seem like there were, compared to the other lists on here, or the other nominees on here, excuse me, doesn't really seem like this game has too many updates. From my understanding, I think Super Mario 64 is still in the 4:3 aspect ratio.
Yeah, they updated. Yes. They updated like some UI assets and stuff to make it look like it's not ugly and fuzzy, but yeah, it's
all right.
It's been slightly up-res.
In my personal opinion, that is not good enough for Nintendo, like one of the staple companies in the video game industry, to bring back one of the most classic games of all time, and have it like everyone has at least 1080p widescreen right now. Like that's sort of the standard. To be playing a 4:3 game on that is like disrespectful. Like in my opinion, if that's like too much work, that's fine. But like that is wild to me.
The Switch isn't even 4:3. Like
no, again, you're like, on the Switch.
So
you're also limited.
How? Yeah, like how is that? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I would rather
granted.
I would rather put something like, I haven't played this, but I'd rather put like Mafia 1.
Holy shit!
Like I'd rather put Mafia 1 in this, because I think that is a good remake from all accounts.
Like Christian has said, right? It's the nostalgia. It's keeping the magic of 64 in that, right? And I hear you.
Yeah, because I'll throw this on there too. What I have said too, like I don't think if you remaster 64, I think that's the best you get out of a remaster. I think a remake is a different story, but a remaster, that's what you can do with it. Like there's not much else you can do remaster wise, where I think the remaster shows better with Sunshine and Galaxy. Personally, that's what I think. Yes, 4:3 was unfortunate, but I don't think that takes away enough from the overall package of a GameCube game and a Wii game being made HD and looking great in HD when they weren't made for that.
I just think there were so many missed opportunities with 3D All-Stars.
Yeah, like I would have loved to go back to 6. Granted, like I haven't fully beat 64. I played it a little bit on the DS. You know what I'm saying? But like, if it was like, hey guys, we're gonna, it's whatever the anniversary is this year, 20th or whatever the hell, I forgot. Like, 35th anniversary.
Yep.
We're gonna show you 64 in 2020, and not give you essentially a port. Because I would like, at least optically, right? 3D All-Stars is more of a port than a remaster. You know what I'm saying? Like it is up-res controls. All you said, you're right.
Well, but like a port just is like a 1-to-1 thing. That's what a port is.
It's
like
closer to that than a remaster.
It's
what I'm saying?
Because it got
I think Galaxy
yeah, like Galaxy and Sunshine are two. Yeah, those
But 2/3 of the package is enough. That's what I'm saying.
It is a remaster, but I think the fact that the focus of that game, there's really two focuses. Like Sunshine, of course, people like. I know it's more divided. My buddy Tim loves it. That's his favorite. Galaxy is revered, and like even more so, Super Mario 64. I think that is like one of the probably the main focus of that game. of that collection, and they flubbed it, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I don't have anything else to put on this list, save for Mafia 1.
Honestly,
I'm not
I
gonna
don't-
say it's
I don't
gonna
have
win, but I
anything.
do think that the stuff in terms of a remaster, it does that. Every single game got a touch up. That is the bare minimum, yeah, but they all did. Sunshine got a lot more work done to make a widescreen and configured to have some modern controls. Galaxy, like I said, it's a game that was designed around motion controls that they made work on a normal controller. So I think there is way more work in Sunshine and Galaxy than there is in 64. I think critically, more people would say, I don't know what the Metacritic is, but I think more people agree that Galaxy's like the best of the three. So considering yes, 64 is important in history, but out of the review aspect, the critical aspect, Galaxy is the most revered one that is not tied to nostalgia or anything else. And Galaxy's work that got done made it one of the best games you can play on the Switch in the year 2020, and it looks like it could have released this year. So I think on that alone, in terms of just a simple remaster, it can hang, even though 64 is the bare minimum. And I was let down by 64 not being full widescreen, but I also think that's not what this package is going for either. Like, it is a remaster. So I think in terms of a remaster, yes, 64 is underwhelming. The other two make those original games better. So
I don't think I can suggest a different game ethically because I haven't played any other remasters. So I mean, I would say I think Mafia 1 is a better sort of remaster from taking a game from the ground up and rebuilding it, akin to Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. But again, I haven't played that, so I don't think it'd be fair to me to even suggest that.
And from what I know of Mafia, it's more of a remake anyway. I would consider Tony Hawk more of a remake as well because it's going off of original stuff. The bones are there, but they built off of that. This
yes, but it's one of those you look at it and wow, how this is it's like how they did Halo 2 or something.
Okay, sure.
It is it's very impressive, I think, graphically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But again, I can't speak to that fully, and I also can't speak to Mario. I guess optically I can, but yeah, I can't really suggest anything else. I just wanted to say my piece, I suppose.
Sure. Kevin, did you have anything else to add?
Kind of in the same boat as Jack, yeah, where it's I wouldn't mind Mafia swapping out from Super Mario 3D All-Stars, you know what I'm saying? Just based off of what I've seen, I haven't played any of the games. But yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. I just think 3D All-Stars, even as a remaster, I don't know, man. I just got a sour taste in my mouth. You know what I'm saying? I just got a sour taste. You know, it's just sour.
I don't mean to shit on it, and I apologize, Christian.
Yeah,
but
that's the thing. You guys gotta play it. They're good games.
Yeah, I've said all I've said I need to say.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I don't think we even. I don't mean to shit on it just to shit on it for shitting on its sake. But I also don't have anything to suggest further, so I don't really know why I did that.
Yeah. Also, from the people I've talked to that have played the Mafia 1, it's either hey, this game aged terribly, but it's real pretty, or that's the main sentiment I've seen. 64, if you didn't play it back then, you probably aren't gonna like how it controls. But the other two, I do think control very well, and they're easy to pick up. And the art style helps that game to where the resolution buff for the later two are enough of a remaster treatment. And Sunshine did get the full blown 4:3 to 16:9. So I think there is enough there, and the games are good enough that it should be on here. 64 does drag it down. I don't think it's gonna win. But I think on Galaxy alone, the work that was done control wise, in addition to how well it holds up visually with the resolution buff, it's a remaster. That's the definition of a remaster. It's taking an original thing, making it cleaner. It's not a remake. It's not what it goes for. It's not gonna win.
Yeah.
But I do think as a remaster, 2/3 of it are good enough to let it hang.
That's fair.
So
You make solid points.
I suppose.
Kevin, you just
No,
gotta
no,
play it.
I suppose. I
They're
suppose.
good
I suppose.
games.
I
don't know,
I agree
man.
to a certain extent with Christian. But I like wholeheartedly do not think Nintendo put its best foot forward with that.
At all. No. Yeah, no. Like I saw more like I saw more positive reception, love, and care put into Mafia Remake than I ever did with 3D All Stars. Even from like the communities of the fan bases that like those games. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's because, you know, the Mario games obviously are way bigger deals than Mafia ever was. That could 100% be the case. And that could completely just null and void what I just said.
Yeah, like if you
But-
want Metacritics, the Metacritic for Mafia 1 does not hold a candle to
Yeah,
any
yeah.
of these games, you know?
I wasn't even talking
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't know, if, like from like the general fan base that enjoys either game, right? Not like both, but like the Mafia fans
Hmm.
and the 3D all and the Mario fans of like all these three games, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I just like saw a lot more disappointment with 3D All Stars.
I mean, I think that's just because Mario has a like exponentially wider appeal than Mafia does, and you have a lot of people that had high hopes for this. I think, like in the industry and stuff, and people I follow, like it was rumored in March, and it came out in September. It was revealed in like the end of August or something. Like people had way too high hopes for this out the gate, and like that's on Nintendo for not addressing it earlier in the year as soon as it leaked. But like 8 months of people imagining what a 64 remake looks like, even though the initial reporting was a remaster. Like, I think that is also part of it. There's a disappointment there in expectations where it was supposed to come out in like April. You had almost over half the year of people thinking and dreaming, what could this be? And then they show up and they're like, oh no, it's 2 of them are HD. One of them is like going for HD, but it's still 4:3, so it's not 1080. Like that is also part of it. And just because Mario is more popular, you will have a louder portion of the fans being displeased with that.
I don't know. I don't even think that's like a problem with expectations. I mean, like, I don't think it's that and like I know 64 is not the one we're talking about most importantly, but like I don't think it's that irrational to hope that a remaster of a game that used to be 4:3 would be in a widescreen format. Like I don't think that's really like a hard ask in 2020.
Right.
You
But
know what I'm saying?
since
Like,
it came out, nobody else has complained about it. Like after the initial week, everybody else is still playing that game. Like their biggest issue is that the version of 64 doesn't have the exploits to do speedruns in it. Like it was a huge thing at the time of release, and I do think expectations is because of that, but everybody else has moved on to the point where they just played it. They 100%ed the Mario games because they're fun games and they all look nice now. They're all crisp. So
I think regardless of where we stand, this will be in the nominees because I don't think we can bring anything forward.
yeah, like if there was another game, I would have kicked this one out of the list, and that's even me not even playing. You know, actually, you know, I can't say that because I don't know about Xenoblade. I don't know about Xenoblade Chronicles, but Tony Hawk, I can see why 100%. Resident Evil 3, I can see why 5v7 remake, it's gonna win.
Yeah.
But yeah, like come on now.
yeah, so 7 remake.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd vote for that. Not even have played it.
Yeah.
Savage.
So the nominees.
I could see a fight for Tony Hawk, honestly. I haven't played it. I know unanimously a lot of people that love the old games love Skater 1+2.
Yeah, I think the nature of the category is like it's hard to compare the games because they all go for different things. Like 7 remake is the most ambitious one on this list. You know, like
Right.
Xenoblade is closer to a Tony Hawk or Mario. Resident Evil 3 cut a bunch of content. Like there was a lot more contention, I think, in terms of content with that than the other ones, but like yeah, 7 remake I think is the winner.
I was about to say Modern Warfare 2 Campaign Remastered.
No.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Was that even this year?
It's not shot.
It
Yeah,
was.
Yeah, it was.
Oh
It
my
was.
God.
Kevin disliked that.
I did.
Yeah.
They fuck with the gun sounds, man. They shouldn't have done it, man.
I didn't notice
Fucked
that.
it up. They fucked it up, man. It's no. That's the worst part of that game,
Yeah.
for sure. Visually, it looks great, but come on, man. How you gonna mess up the sounds? Come on now.
Okay.
You hate to see it.
So next up, best multiplayer. Kevin, why don't you read off those nominees?
Marvel's Avengers, Destiny 2 Beyond Light, Apex Legends, Battlefront 2, Ghost of Tsushima with Ghost of Tsushima Legends, of course, Rogue Company, and Among Us.
Okay.
This is a tough one.
Is there anything outstanding that is not on here that either of you want on here?
I would say Warzone, but you can immediately get rid of that because I don't think it would be a winner for any of us.
Yeah, Warzone and Cold War based multiplayer, I think is really, really good.
In a similar fashion,
And-
I'd say Fall Guys, but it would get cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I don't
I actually
even
don't
really-
like Fall Guys.
Dude, I have a pretty man. I don't know what I would actually do here, to be completely honest. I mean, I like knee jerk. My favorite multiplayer here is Rogue Company, right? And I know it should be Legends. I just haven't played enough of Legends to really make it that and top that. You know, like, and I'm trying to divorce the notion of like, oh, it was a free add-on. It seems like it's something that could have been like a standalone paid thing, but they didn't. Like, that's great. That's great and all. Like, I won't look at like the core gameplay itself.
Mhm.
Yeah, like I think I just didn't play enough of Legends to really even like give it that nod. You know what I'm saying? And I think there could be something in there where it's like I feel like I've had plenty, like Ghost is on my PS5. Like I feel like I've had a lot of time to do Legends if I wanted to. I don't know why I haven't gone back to it. You know, so I don't know, maybe that's like a subconscious thing that may come to light during this conversation. I don't know, but knee jerk for me, it's Rogue Company 100%. And I know that's unpopular. I know it's not going to win, but I'm gonna,
Christian,
Yes, we can.
to help you narrow this down,
Yeah.
you can remove Marvel's Avengers
Yes, we can. That's an easy
because
cut.
it does not have a good multiplayer. In fact, it barely has a multiplayer.
Yep. Similarly, you know what? I think I actually purposely left it off the dock because it's a joke. Animal Crossing, no.
Yeah, no.
It's joyful when you get it all together, but
After the 10 minutes that it takes you.
yeah, the barriers they're not enough to save it.
Wait for which one?
Animal Crossing.
Animal Crossing.
Yeah. I don't even like to. Yeah, no. Like it's not. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That's like barely multiplayer.
Yeah.
Barely.
I'll
I'll say barely.
What's really fun about it is that they do like tournaments once in a while. So like you can group up with your friends, you do fishing tournaments, bug catching tournaments, and you can like aggregate points if you have your friends playing with you, and you all get rewards out of it. And they're fun, like because there's a timer, there's an urgency to it, and it works mechanically, and it's cool. It's cool hanging out, going to your friends' places for holidays, and especially this year. I think if the hurdles weren't there, I think it would hang in the nominees, but yeah, no.
Mm-hmm. Now, I don't want to upset you guys, but I think to whittle it down even further, Battlefront 2 can go.
Yeah,
It's
I
okay.
agree. I agree.
It's okay.
Okay.
Final year, you had some cool content this year, but
It's the year I played it. I loved it.
Mhm.
But actually, multiplayer right now is in some modes it's hard to get into.
yeah, I've noticed that recently.
Speaking of Battlefront 2, y'all, I heard that Operation Cinder shout out.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Just love to see it. Shout out.
So, I think that's our 5. We have our nominees now, unless there's one we're forgetting. Destiny 2 Beyond Light, Apex Legends, Ghost of Tsushima Legends, Rogue Company, and Among Us. I know my pick for this.
I do
I
too.
play. I played some D2 multiplayer, and I forgot to talk to Christian about it. But you were not joking. Stasis is fucked up.
Yep.
Stasis is fucked up in Crucible. They gotta, if they fix that, I would have enjoyed it a lot more.
Yeah, it was
No.
fun that first week, like being a warlock,
yeah.
being able to just freeze everybody. That was a blast. But like when it got tweaked and now it's like in my direction, no.
Yo, Stasis, yeah, they gotta, yeah, that needs to be addressed. But
So we know Kevin's pick is Rogue Company. Jack, what is your pick? If you have one.
Yeah, mine is Among Us.
It's a
I
very,
love
very good
Apex. I love Apex. I think this year is probably even better than last year, where it's launch year. I think it's wholeheartedly in its groove right now, and I think it's only going to improve.
Mhm.
But I mean, what else? What else can I really say about Among Us that no one else has said already? Like, it was just like the right game at the right time, and it continues to be the right game at the right time.
you,
In a world right now where we cannot meet together, this is one of those where we can virtually hang out and like have a fun time. And like, I've never played Among Us and not had a good time. Like, even if I get killed, like I'm the first one dead. Like, it is a fun game, and it encourages people to get together. Of course, you have to mute, so that is like somewhat weird because you can't really talk to anyone. But it's fun. Like, it just you walk away from that experience having a good time. And I think, for me, that's the multiplayer experience I take from this year.
I'm going to amend it. You know what? Listen, Rogue Company is a fantastic game. I think it has such a well-developed checks and balances system from the different operators, from the different weapons, from the different abilities, from the maps itself. I feel like it's set up to like really be a checks and balances game, and really is a fun, like good on a fundamental level, right? Like I think Rogue Company did that, and for it to do that in like its first few months, and like upon release, I think is fantastic. It's free to play too. Like there's so many positives to Rogue Company, but I think you saw me in Among Us, man. I've never not had fun playing Among Us. That is factual. That is facts.
I get pissed at Apex all the time. Never have that happened to me at Among Us.
Dude, I'm about Among Us, man. Among Us is fantastic.
Though I do wish I had played Legends, because what a crazy
Yes.
experience of Sucker Punch being like, oh yeah, the decidedly single player game that we released is gonna have a multiplayer, and it's gonna have a better raid than Marvel's Avengers, which has no raid right now. Like, it's a mode that doesn't need to exist, but it does, and from all accounts is incredible. So
Yeah.
huge shout out.
There's a future where I played more Legends and vote Legends for sure. I can 100%
Yeah.
see that. Shout out to my boy Uncle Iroh, of course. Come on now. Legends is fantastic, but yeah. I think I'm gonna give it to Among Us, honestly.
I know I'm outvoted on this. Can I say my piece about Legends?
You may.
It is far and away the easy pick for me out of these, because like even separating it from the fact that it was a free content update, like everything Kevin said, everything he led with Legends, like all that aside, it is like, pretend it was in the game at launch, okay? Forget that it was like a fun surprise drop. Like, the shifts in art direction they take from the standard game are insane. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen a bunch of, like, Kevin, I know you played the single player stuff in Legends, but already in the single player stuff, yeah, there's the red cast over everything, and there's like some hearts, but the art direction in the raid is incredible. It is wild to me that the same game that has the painterly, very real, like romanticized look at Japan in this era for the main game also has like horrific, like Japanese ghosts, oni, like pulsing hearts floating in the sky. Like the art direction in Legends is incredible, and on its own is amazing. What it offers for single player I really like, but in terms of the strictly multiplayer thing of it, I think survival at its core is fun because you do need to have a reliable team that you can communicate with well. It is just defend 3 points for X number of waves, and you just have more and more waves depending on the difficulty you do. But all of that is important because it is building towards the raid, and the raid is some of the most fun I've had in any game this year, and absolutely the most fun I've had in multiplayer, because it was a 10-hour commitment with me and 3 other friends on our fully kitted out max level characters, running through this raid for like 3 hours, 4 hours sometimes, into the night. The level design, the cooperation, the puzzles, and like layers that you have to do. Like, we didn't have a Ronin on our team. We had 2 samurai, a hunter, and a assassin. And not having a Ronin screwed us, because like it really is balanced very, very well, to the point where there's immense replayability of it, just because there's the 4 classes. Like, yeah, I ran through it with my preferred class, which is the bow character, but there's rewards for all the classes. There's so much like content to unlock there. It is very reliant on your group, your skill, and the challenge is incredibly rewarding, and it's so extensive, and I can't recommend it enough.
Christian, I agree with Kevin. There is a world somewhere in the multiverse, in the MCU multiverse, where I voted with you, but I never played it.
Yeah.
On paper, I feel it though, dude.
That raid, man, it's incredible.
Yeah.
Like the bosses you have in that thing, like there's so much variety. There's like so many subsections of each. There's 3 acts. There's like a bunch of chapters in each act. Each one has this really diverse core mechanic compared to the rest of the raid. Like, there's so much creativity and design and like thought that was put into this, and it's all great.
Yo, Christian could have really got me on this if I had just played like maybe like 2 or 3 nights.
I know.
Legends in 60 frames. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Man, it on paper, it like looking like, how do I put this? On paper, it probably should have been, but like it's not. I'm not saying like I'm not voting for it just because like for whatever, but like it has everything that I could want, I think. And I'll say it too. Like, Legends is what is, I think, in terms of like overall like iconicness of a multiplayer mode in a PlayStation exclusive, I put it next to Factions, honestly. You know what I'm saying? Like, like I think it's at that Factions level, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know if it has like a cult following like Factions does. I'm not sure if like that's a thing.
I think it could, it just needs time, because like Factions grew over time, like
that's a good it's a good point, because both of those modes have no business being any good
at all,
and they are incredible.
Yeah,
like
I agree.
PlayStation excels at creating single player games. Like, there's very few instances of them making multiplayer games, and the fact that Sucker Punch like came off of Infamous at the start of the generation, and then like reclaimed their identity of like an incredible studio with Ghost, and then like went the extra step further and created like an incredible multiplayer mode is so commendable. I wish I played it.
Yeah, and the final thing I'll say is, like, for me, I think it's more like, I really like Factions a lot, but for me, I think it's more impressive because it was their first attempt at multiplayer, and it's this good. Like, Naughty Dog had Uncharted before. They've done like other multiplayer games in their past, like not
Uncharted 2.
Yeah, Uncharted 2, Uncharted 3. Like,
Uncharted
even
3,
back in the day, they messed around with like some Crash multiplayer stuff, which is very different, but they've worked on like cooperative experiences before. This is brand new. Like, in Sucker Punch's entire history, they've never done a multiplayer thing, and like 100% straight up, if I had to choose if Sucker Punch was like, hey, we can do a single player expansion for Ghost of Tsushima to bridge the story between whatever and the sequel, or a new raid for Legends, I would 1,000,000% ask for a new raid. Because I love that Ghost didn't do the supernatural stuff, but the raid being supernatural let them, like, they were able to just let loose on it, and it is so creative. It's wonderful. So, Among Us.
A huge shout out and salute to Legends though. Like
Yeah,
very close.
Also, Row Company, love you, man. Love you, Row Company. Fucking so good.
So, the nominees for Best Multiplayer: Destiny 2 Beyond Light, Apex Legends, Ghost of Tsushima Legends, Rogue Company, and Among Us. The winner, Among Us. I tried.
You did.
Do you guys at least want to play it? Because there's crossplay.
Thing is, I lent it to my friend who has yet to even play the single player. So
Alrighty.
Dude, that hurts.
that's not happening anytime soon, unfortunately.
Alrighty. So, we're here. Game of the year. The current list, I don't even know if we have 10, but like I said, Game of the Year, we're allowing 10 nominees.
Oh, we have 12. 10. Yeah.
12? Okay. So we will have to make a few cuts.
I can cut 3/4 of this after we get through it all.
Okay.
Yeah, I can do some cutting here, but go ahead.
So, are there any outstanding out of the list? Or Kevin, do you want to read through what we have?
Yes. Final Fantasy VII Remake, Ghost of Tsushima, The Last of Us Part 2, Hades, Animal Crossing, Spider-Man Miles Morales, Crash 4, Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, Fall Guys, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Valhalla, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Astro's Playroom. Which I didn't know that Astro got in here.
I mean,
I'm not against.
There was an offhand thing recently where you said, "Man, there's a world," so I just threw it on there. Same with Crash.
Okay.
Like I know you said, like if there weren't so many, then Crash. Like I threw anything on here because it's essentially we have 10 nominees. Spoiler alert! So we can do a top 10. That's why this is here.
Gotcha.
So-
Now I forgot we were doing that. I was just gonna get rid of most of these.
Okay.
But I guess we cut 2 at that point.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yes, unless there's any others that you guys would want represented in the top 10, because there are some games we talked about that I didn't throw on here, and like I know we all didn't, but is there anything outstanding?
There's nothing I've played this year that I think that isn't on here that should be on here.
Me neither.
Okay, so I think the best way to do it is once we get our 10, we should probably go, like, what do you guys want to do? Knock one out, like just keep eliminating ones until we get to the top?
Yeah.
So that way we can sort of have an order for the top 10. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Kevin Mack coming in with some opinions.
Hold on, I'm still typing. Okay, so out of these 12, like, is there an obvious one? I know that all of us haven't played all these games, but out of the ones that we share common ground on, like, is there anything you guys would eliminate?
Crash
the
4
ones
can
that
be eliminated.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. Go ahead, Jack. Sorry, my bad.
I was gonna say, like, of the ones that I can speak to, you can get rid of Fall Guys.
Yeah, I also think you can get rid of Fall Guys.
I didn't want Fall Guys to leave, but it's okay. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
That was a nice 2-week game.
Yeah, like we all know I love 3D platformers. It's cool they made a battle royale out of that idea, but it just fell off. You know?
Man.
Like, wholeheartedly didn't even like that game.
Like it's super frustrating. It's fun. Like it's a fun idea. It's a fun concept. It's got a cute thing, and the social media is fun. But like, it got old fast.
Definitely.
You know, like they're on season 3 now. I didn't even know that they were still going on season 2. I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Fall Guys.
Kevin, do you have anything to say on Crash? I trust everything you said about it. I haven't played it yet, but
yeah, I think Crash 4 is Crash 4. What the hell am I saying? Crash 4 is some great platforming. I love it. It was very, very fun.
Mm-hmm.
It was cool to see like their take on continuing the Naughty Dog Crash lineage more closely and like how that looks gameplay wise in 2020. I thought the masks were by far the best part of that game. There were so many cool design choices that they did with the masks that I love still to this day. And there's some parts that are very, very brutal, but very, very smart, very, very fun. But I think it's, you know, it is what it is. Like I really do love Crash 4. But it's okay to not be on here. Like there's too much hot competition here for it to remain, you know. Other than the only game I don't have an opinion on this is Xenoblade, which I got nothing for Xenoblade.
Right.
So I mean, you know.
Yeah, like if I because you know I love the Crash games too. Like I really wanted to try and get it in before we did this, but I just didn't have time. I'm excited to play it though. I'm sure it's gonna be really, really good. So these are
Looks
our
like
10.
we have our 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the nominees: Final Fantasy VII Remake, Ghost of Tsushima, Last of Us Part 2, Hades, Animal Crossing: New Horizons, Spider-Man: Miles Morales, Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and Astro's Playroom. I am fine with Xenoblade being 10 or 9. I know it's at the bottom.
Okay. So yeah, if we want to do like a 10 through 1 thing, I was gonna say to make it easier, just to pick a number 1, we can like in our minds cut anything Animal Crossing below, because I don't think those would be top 3.
Wait. What? Wait, what?
But like I think we're going 10 through 1, right, Christian?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So we're like,
Okay.
what is 10?
Gotcha.
Like it's basic, because the thing is, if we're saying like I think we should cut Xenoblade first, that means it's 10. You know,
Right.
because there's 10 games here. If we cut that first, that's the 10th game. If we say like then Ori, we should cut Ori next. That's 9. You know, like that's.
I think those are good 9 and 10s because only one person has played those games respectively.
We can put Ori there as well because I understand I've only played Ori.
Now, in terms of, I think 10, 9, 8 is between Xenoblade, Ori, and Astro. Yep. Unless Kevin's like glowing about. I know Astro's short, like, you know, because like Rescue Mission is a full game, and I thought that was incredible. But
what I think is more so why Astro is here is the way it sold so many people on the DualSense, and it proved to everyone that hey, you know, pre-release people were saying crazy things about the DualSense, and I was like, okay, we'll see, right? Like, come on, like you're gonna tell me that they made skating on ice and rain feel like it? Like, okay, all right, but then and it's like shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, then it actually did. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's more so, a little bit more so the reason why it's here at Game of the Year. I think it's a great platformer. It's super fun and everything. And it's very, very cutesy. You know, of course, the history of PlayStation is there too. A lot of cool stuff there. But yeah, it's definitely in this clot
of like the bottom 3.
Yeah,
because I know you really like Ori, and I really, really like Xenoblade, but
we can put Playroom at number 10.
Okay,
and then I was gonna say, homies. Yeah.
Like,
that's fine. That's fine.
I know you're more passionate about Ori, and it's like I trust everything you said about Astro because I have a history with Astro, so I can believe it. Yeah, considering Xenoblade is a remaster, that can be 9. And because Ori's original, so we'll do that. And Ori at 8th place. Okay.
So we have Astro, Xeno, and then Ori.
Yes. Ori. Astro's 10. Xenoblade is 9. Ori is 8.
Okay. Number 6 spot. Okay. So
7.
I'm trying to discern. Sorry.
I feel like Valhalla and maybe Animal Crossing are floating around here.
I don't mind putting Valhalla right after Ori.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I can't speak to Valhalla, but
yeah, you know what? Switch Ori and Valhalla.
All right.
Yeah. Wait, do I mean that?
Well,
do I actually mean that?
based on our discussions, Kevin, and how much you love Odyssey, it seemed like there was a little bit where you were trying to make yourself like Valhalla.
I was kind of waiting and seeing. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? It has definitely caught a rhythm in the past 2 weeks where it's like, yes,
hmm
I love / like this game a lot. You know what I'm saying? I think I'll have to roll credits to discern if it's above Odyssey for me.
hmm
I don't think it will be. That doesn't mean I don't like it though. You know what I'm saying?
I have a question.
Yes.
Do you think you're as passionate about Valhalla as I am about Xenoblade?
This Jack, you see this man?
I know, just wondering.
Jack,
just
do
wondering.
you see this man?
I see what's happening.
Do you see what he's?
listen,
Here's the
no,
thing,
listen.
though, I respect.
Why is he so
I
aggressive?
respect it.
No,
He's
because
so
listen,
aggressive.
I
So
didn't.
aggressive.
I didn't bring that up with Ori because I saw the passion in Ori, but from what I've heard from you about Valhalla, it still seems a little middling. That's
Kevin,
the only
you
reason I
cracked-
asked.
You cracked the door, and Christian's trying to bust it wide open,
God,
which I
I
fully,
know, because
fully
he
respect.
he did it last year, and I'm like, Kevin, do not let this man bully you. Okay,
Hey, last
Fuck
year
that.
I was like,
Hey,
sure,
we're arguing
Death
about
Stranding.
nines and eights. That's fine.
let's go. Like, no, Kevin, stand your fucking ground. Okay, okay.
Because
so
we
the
neither of us
question
have finished either of those games, you know, and I'm just basing it off of the way you talked about Valhalla versus Ori. Like I said, I'm fine where it is. I wouldn't say no to it being higher, but I wanted to put that out there.
Jack, should I give? I really like Valhalla.
Okay.
I
I
think
mhm.
that, yeah, like, I think in terms of like how they're delivering a story and the story of the game, I think it's a lot better, and I think more like it's a actually, you know what, I haven't said this yet. They made the Assassin's Creed, this new age RPG, very, very long game, more digestible in terms of breaking everything down in areas of the map and chapters, where it's like, hey, this area, it's 6 missions, 7 missions, 8 missions, or whatever, right? It's a limited amount, and you can get through it in like 2 hours. If you're just doing the story and not doing anything else, it's like 2-3 hours tops, right? Then you go back to your settlement, you choose a next location. There's still that really good main arc that is going on that everything is feeding into, but I really commend them for, I think, hearing a lot of the criticisms of like Ozzy feeling like an unending mishmash of like
Mhm.
what is even going on. You know what I'm saying? But like, it's great because like we're in ancient Greece, like it's still great. But I think they did a lot to Valhalla to really like fix that. You know?
Sure. Okay. I just wanted to see. Just wanted to ask. Okay, so one more, and then we have top 5.
I think Animal Crossing fulfills the number 6 role.
I like that. I like that.
I was gonna say
It's tough.
Miles.
I would say I would
Huh?
vacillate between the two, and it's hard.
Yeah,
Because
okay.
I
those
I
are
might be
tough.
with you, honestly.
The-
You know what?
can
Yeah,
yeah.
let's put Miles and then.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah,
That was an
go ahead.
easy sell.
Because
Yeah,
listen, I think
I see your
mhm.
point.
Like, I love Miles. There's things I like about Miles that I think are so much better than the normal Spider-Man. But I do think the context of 2020, Animal Crossing has to be top 5, I think. And like,
Yeah.
it is a good game, you know, aside from the context of
Definitely.
everything. So, okay. So we got 4 games left. So I've failed math, so I don't know when we should do the voting. I don't know how that should work out here. Should we each say like a top 3, and then like the one that doesn't get picked is 4th?
We can try it.
Yeah, just to get like a baseline, you know? Like, I'm gonna. Okay, hold on. I gotta write this down. Okay.
I know for a fact one of these won't be on mine because I haven't played it, so that might throw a wrench in all this.
Okay, so we have nailed down Miles Morales and then Animal Crossing.
Yes.
And
so-
now we're in the top 5.
Well, Animal
We're in
Crossing
top
is
4.
5, but we're in top 4 now.
Sorry. Okay,
Mhm.
gotcha. Okay. I
So
see.
remake Ghost, Last of Us, and Hades.
Yes.
Okay.
Um.
Fuck.
Okay, so I'm trying to think if like the ranked voting would work here. Does that work with 4 picks?
So is it like we all say our 4? We're gonna weight our 4 with like, let's say your 4th position is weighted for 4 points, 3, 2, and then 1. Whoever has the least points is on top. Whoever has the most points is on the bottom, and we work like that. And that's the top 4. Could we do that? Could that work? I think.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't think so, because I think Final Fantasy is going to be higher than it actually is if we do that system, because I haven't played it, so it would be my number 4.
Oh,
which is
you
unfair.
haven't played it. Oh, shit. Right. That's a very good point. Fuck. Maybe we do it for the 3? No, because then that means one of them is going to be number 1 for sure.
Okay.
Interesting.
I think we have to talk through it a little more.
How about this?
Okay.
How about me and Christian talk about Remake for a little bit? We'll decide the position, and then we
Honestly,
can do it for the top 3.
I think I might have the answer for number 4.
I have an answer for number 4.
I do
And
too.
it pains me to say it. And
Oh shit!
I know we're different.
yeah,
I
think it might
Go
be
ahead.
Hades.
Fuck.
Just like I think I already know your guys' top 3, or maybe.
My 4th was a Ghost.
My 4th was Last of Us.
Really?
What the fuck?
I mean,
I did a stealth replay of that game recently,
Holy-
and I got some
Wait.
opinions.
I mean, I
Really?
know that's not where it's gonna line up, but
I know it's
good
not,
that we know.
but yeah, I have some more. Like the further we've gotten away from Last of Us, I've changed my opinions on some things. But
that's interesting that you say Ghost, Kevin. I thought that'd be a lot higher for us.
Nah, I don't know. Like, again, we're just talking about 10 out of 10 games here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they're all great. And like, I loved Ghost, but it's just really hard when you have Hades Part 2 and Final Fantasy Remake. Final Fantasy Remake is legitimately one of the greatest games I've ever played in my entire life. Like, that's just a full 100%. Last of Us Part 2 once again has pushed the bounds of what I think games could be and games could cover in terms of topics, in terms of just raw story, what we are doing with this narrative. I think it pushes so many bounds in terms of the technicality and fidelity of the game overall that I think they have earned 100%. Hades is a near perfect game to me, and I just don't think. I think where I would give Ghost its like highest praise is like its overall. I think honestly, like, art direction. Like, I think that Ghost does so many cool things with like melding in the UI with the open world that went more than just like Dead Space, where your HUD is on his spine or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think there's like so many cool things that they did with Ghost where they used the trackpad in 2020 in not a really weird way and not like an egregious way. I feel like similar to what Days Gone did. You know what I'm saying? Better, way better than Days Gone, but like in a similar tame fashion. I think they were able to do that in 2020. I still consider it the swan song of PS4, in spite Miles Morales coming out on PS4 and other games. I still think it is the like final send off for PS4. I think it was a great one. It's a great comeback story for Sucker Punch as well, coming off of First Light and Second Son. Not the greatest games. Ghost of Tsushima has proved that, hey, they still got the chops, even without Infamous, even without Cole McGrath. It's gorgeous, very, very fun gameplay. You know what I'm saying? Legends as well, if you throw that in there too. But
yeah, Legends being in there is the reason why, or not the reason, because I do think it's a great game, but like Legends helps, I think. And the reason, we'll probably get to this, The Last of Us talking a bit, but personally, like, I agree with Kevin. 7 Remake is incredible. I think it is the new standard for any remake. Like, if you're saying you're doing a remake, you have to take chances. Like, take serious chances with a lot of different avenues. Like, more than just gameplay. And I think that's what 7 Remake did, and it pulled it off for me. When it comes to Ghost, Last of Us, and Hades, I think Ghost and Hades are both the best games from their studios. I don't think that about Last of Us Part 2. Personally, I think Naughty Dog has made other games that I enjoy more and I think are more successful at what they go for. And I really respect Last of Us Part 2 for like the themes it touches on, the choices it makes. Like, it's not an easy thing to kill someone like that, who's been stewing around for the past decade, you know, in terms of like fans' hearts. But I think it has massive pace issues and a few things that don't work for me, and I can get into that more later. But I don't have issues like that with Ghost. I think Ghost is a safer game, but I don't think that takes away from it being great. Like, it is straight up, it is the best open world PlayStation game, I think. It is, I think, the best new IP PlayStation's introduced this generation. The story is simple, but the highs of that game are incredibly high. Exploring, I haven't been that obsessed with seeing every corner of a map since Breath of the Wild, personally. And I really think Ghost did a lot for open worlds in terms of visuals, like design, the pace at which you find things, the way you explore things, and it worked. I don't think they went for anything that didn't really work. There's, like, again, narrative beats that some of them just, they hit, you know, they're fine, but like some really hit. I don't think anything feels bad narratively in Ghost. It is simple, but
Can I jump in real quick?
sure.
I think, knowing you guys, I think Final Fantasy VII Remake, to me, sits at number 2.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like that might be safe to lock it in, maybe, because I believe that's where that is on your guys' respective lists, and I haven't played it, so I can't even speak to that. How do you guys feel about that?
Yeah, like, yeah. I think Final Fantasy VII Remake, which I think is different from my game of the year, right? I think it's my most enjoyable and favorite game I've played this year. Now, tell me if this sounds really weird, but I still think Last of Us Part 2 is my game of the year, though. You know what I'm saying?
No, that makes sense.
Like, there's like it, like, I just think it's very hard to look at Last of Us Part 2, look at what they achieved, and not make that game of the year. I know there's, of course, anyone can say it's not, and that's completely fine and valid, and like there's plenty of reasons why, you know, but for me it's very hard to just like look at the journey Last of Us Part 2 took on. And I do agree with Christian, there is a heavy pace issue with Part 2 that does occur. That is facts, you know, and it's even scattered around both timelines as well, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I totally won't even argue that, but I think that it's just hard, dude. The Last of Us was a journey I'll never forget.
That's
straight up.
That's the thing
Straight
with me, though. Like, I replayed it recently, and I'm like, I don't think there's as many things that are memorable or will be as long lasting about Part 2 that Part 1 had. To me, like, I think.
Yeah, I don't agree.
I'm like, Part 1, I think, as a whole, like, it made its impact, and it's still being felt across PlayStation first party, across like other studios trying to chase that. I don't think there's anything Part 2 did that other studios will try to replicate. I think Part 2 exists fully as a consequence of part 1, because like that's in the name. It's a part 2. Like, and I think by nature, that's why there will be less replication of it, because I think the stuff part 2 does is so tied to the first game that it, like, I think, like, you can't have part 2 without part 1. Like, you just cannot. And I think that's not a detriment, but in terms of like game of the year, what's the choice for me, at least, is the reason why, because it's beholden so much to the first game. The entire story they go through is about ramifications of the first game, and some of the choices they make and the pacing, I think, prevents it from being as impactful as the first game.
I'm gonna jump in. I think, regardless of it being tied to part 1, because it is inherently right, I think part 2 is like an achievement on like no other this generation. Like, I really do think this is the game of the generation. We're not even having that discussion.
Right.
But like, it takes so many, not even story risks, just like creative risks of structurally, of course, that might not pay off for everyone. And then also story wise, and just it does anything a sequel should do to the original to make it better. It does. Like we always talk about, like the Arkham Asylum to the Arkham City comparison. It does that like in spades, and it's a game that surprises just throughout, and it's a game that makes you like a character you're designed to hate, unlike no other game I've ever experienced. And I disagree with you, Christian. I feel like developers will take notes from part 2.
Yeah,
it's
It,
hard.
like,
It's hard.
In what
It's
ways,
hard to
though?
say right now because like we're so close to it, and we don't know the repercussions of this game.
Mhm.
But I think they will be long lasting, like undoubtedly.
Well, do you guys think that, like, because I think only Naughty Dog could have made this game. Like, I
So,
think
I didn't
that,
catch that. Sorry.
I think,
yeah.
Can you hear me?
What was it? You cut off for a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
like, that's kind of where I was coming from in terms of the replication thing, though, because like, I think it's clear to see the effects of The Last of Us on a game like God of War. I think that, like, we all agree that we saw the success of that, and a lot of people, when God of War came out, they said, oh, it outdid The Last of Us as its own game. Like, there's that discussion happened. I think, like, only Naughty Dog could have made this game, to the point where I disagree, and I just have trouble seeing the idea that people will replicate part 2, because I don't think any other studio could have, except maybe like a Rockstar, but they don't have any narrative things that are that strong as The Last of Us. Like, I don't see a world where any studio can make a sequel that is that bold and ambitious away from the first one, and you could trace that back to Last of Us Part 2 the way you can trace other games back to Last of Us Part 1. That's why I disagree in the idea of it's going to have long-lasting things the way Part 1 did, because it is so tied to Part 1 specifically. Like, yeah, people can take chances with sequels, but I don't think that's a thing you could trace back to this game the way you can trace something like a God of War or like Plague Tale or something back to Last of Us Part 1.
I think you're more talking about how it operates as a sequel. I think I'm more talking about structurally.
Sure.
Like
Yeah,
the
that's
narrative
what-
arc
that's
it
what-
takes.
yeah.
I think that we've only seen that in similar aspects, kind of like in a way, in Metal Gear Solid 2,
Right, yeah.
without like getting into spoilers.
Yeah.
We really haven't seen that in gaming, really, at all. And I think with the risk they go, with Naughty Dog goes at telling these interweaving stories in like a very genuine and like very creatively risky way, I think we will see something akin to that. I don't mean anything like how it operates as a sequel. I'm talking more on sort of that aspect.
Yeah, I mean, well, and if you want to talk specifically on the idea of like splitting a narrative up between two characters, is that like the point you're hitting on?
Kind of, in a way. That's part
I
of
think.
it.
I mean, like it's part of it, but like I think even like blows up from just looking at Ellie and Abby. Like I think we see so many of the supporting cast as well, like be blended in and meld, and it's so much more than just two paths crossing. Like it is a barrage of like different elements, all that feed each other. Like, oh, okay, we see like because of this timeline, there this happens, so which is the effect of this other timeline, and you see that more, I think, outwardly than just the two pronged Ellie and Abby type of dynamic in part two. Like I think it's so well done in the way that they are able to not go beyond just Ellie and Abby and really meld all of who they care about and who they love and how that all interplays with each of the timelines. You know what I'm saying? I think it's much more than just Ellie and Abby in the actual storyline structure of Last of Us Part 2.
Sure.
Of any games this year, no game has made me felt a specific way than Part 2S. Like, I didn't walk away from any of these games feeling, capital F, feeling the way I did than I did Part 2. Like, the amount of discussions I've had with friends, the way I've just thought about the game and sort of analyzed it and really like looked into like what they were trying to go for. This game makes you think about it more so
100%.
than I think any other game this year.
Yeah.
Like this is a crucial game, I think. It, like all around, I think this will be remembered. It's hard to say right now again, like maybe that's not even fair of me to say. But I think right now in 2020, like this is one of those games you can point to and be like, this is the potential of video games. Like it's a hard mark and not a lot of people achieve it, but this is one of them.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah, 100%. Like I think that it's like, for me, I think that there's been only one other game where I've felt that like I've been on a journey. Like, and like while I'm at the end point, like I think back to like where I was, like where I was like in the beginning of God of War, right? 2018, and like where you end up is like such a satisfying arc, right? But like with part 2, like this might sound super like pretentious or whatever, but like I thought back to like how I felt when I first started playing the game and how different I have an outcome on all these characters and what's gone down and what's happened, why it's happened. You know what I'm saying? Like the repercussions and the ongoing fallouts of what has happened throughout the narrative in part 2. I don't think I've ever thought about a game like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like,
but I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I think that was pretty much the root of it, honestly.
Well,
yeah,
I hear what you guys are saying, and I know I just disagree on some of the aspects of it, but I think a lot of it is coming down to narrative. And I think whether, like, I respect how bold that game is, and I'm glad that game exists, and it's, again, one of my favorites of the year, but it like, there's more aspects to the game, to games, and the games we're talking about than just the narrative, to the point where, like, for me, the game aspect of it, like, I love how it plays, but the narrative gets in the way of the game at times. Like, I do really think that the pacing issue, like switching to Abby after like maybe 15 hours of playing Ellie, screeching halt for the narrative reason, and then starting from ground zero again, progressing back up, like getting your progression going up from 0 again, I think hurts. And I do think it hurts the narrative too, because I wasn't frustrated with Abby. Like, I wasn't frustrated with that character going into that, because I knew where we were going, kind of, but like I wasn't frustrated with her narrative. I was like, I lost the point I just had, but like screeching to a halt after the progression of Ellie, which I do think is a good progression. Day 1, 2, 3 of Seattle feels really good. Slam on the brakes, I think, made me more annoyed with. Okay, that was the point. The way they try to get me to care about Abby in the beginning hours of her, I was into the first time I played it. But the second time, like looking at it again, I do think the pacing issue hurts the way I grew to care about her, because I was more annoyed with the fact that I had to start from ground zero again and go through that halfway through the game again, you know? Like, yeah, I think that hurts the player caring about her story, you know. And I wasn't even one of the people that was like pissed off about Abby existing, you know. I was just like, I like her a lot, she's my favorite character in that game, but the narrative they try to tell, the way they transition, and the gameplay wise, the way the transition works, I think really hurts the first like couple hours of what they throw at the player narrative wise to be like, care about Abby. So
Yeah, I think that it sounds like to me like it sounded like we came off reading that differently, because when I was put into her shoes, like my immediate thought was, I do not want to sympathize with this character, like, because I knew that's what they were like intending to do, and I was like, I don't want to do that. Like, I want to be angry with her. I don't want that. And I agree with you. Like, there is that sense of like, oh, I'm doing this all again. I didn't get that as much as other people. I didn't think that, like, I do agree. I think that is like a pacing issue. I didn't think it was that big of an issue. But by the end of that, once you get back to the theater, you're met with this like profound, almost confusion. And it's like, I've never felt that way from coming off of part one, again, this being a sequel, revering and loving Ellie, to getting to that theater part and being like, I do not agree with you, and you are not the person I once knew. And like, I don't think a game has ever successfully done it as impactful as part two. Like, Ellie is someone, I think for all of us probably, after in 2013 being like one of the greatest characters in video games, I think, and one, at least my favorite. And then getting to that theater scene in part two, and when Abby and Ellie coalesce again, to being like, I don't know who I believe in anymore. And by the end of that game, it's clear that it's Abby, which is wild. Like, and I think that is like very admirable.
yeah,
I love this because I had a different experience, right? So straight up, definitely knee-jerk reaction when we switched over to Abby. It was like a, oh man, like, okay, this is unexpected. I can't believe that, like, they're taking me to step one, not only narratively but even like from a mechanic standpoint. Like, I have none of my upgrades that I've been working on with Ellie. I'm like, damn, like, not gonna lie, I felt a little, not annoyed in a bad way, but more of like, oh, okay, this is interesting, but let's just see where it goes. I think the moment I had where, and you can watch me on stream where I do this, when you go into the theater and you go into the actual stage area where there's seats and everything, and Ellie is running from the steps and goes backstage curtain, there's plenty of time. I don't even know if you can shoot her. I have no idea, right? But there's like, I remember vividly drawing my gun, following Ellie as she, is climbing up the steps and then going to the back curtain, and I didn't shoot once. I didn't even try to. I don't know if you can. I have no idea.
You can. I tried the second time.
But what I felt was, I don't want to kill Ellie. I don't want Ellie to kill Abby. I see where they're both coming from, and I think that they both have been through, like, of course we feel it with Ellie more because we've just spent more time with her, but like, Ellie, I want Ellie to have a happy ending, right? And at first I didn't want Abby to necessarily, but I think they really paid off and they really made it worth it in that moment to me, where it was like, okay, I see why you did this to me, right? Like I understand why, and I think they paid off double than what they should have, honestly. Like I think it's a double payoff to the fact that you start from ground zero with Abby, halfway through the game. And like, I know that doesn't work for a lot of people, but to me it worked. And I think that for a game to elicit that emotion out of me, where I don't shoot Ellie when I think I have every right to in that moment, after seeing what Ellie has done to Abby, and going back to that aquarium. You know what I'm saying? There's Last of Us Part 2 is goaty, man. That's just like there's too much that they excel at here. And there's so many instances that I could point to where I actually disagree with you, Christian. I think there's a lot of memorable moments in Last of Us Part 2 that are scattered all across this game. I think there are so many things that forever stuck with me. In terms of the boat ride back from the Sephiroth Island and seeing it up in flames and seeing like, fuck. Like, how the fuck did I get here? You know what I'm saying? From doing Abby when you're with Lev, I believe. Yeah, Lev, when you're up on the scaffolding, trying to traverse through the city.
Yeah, see, that is the thing like, for me that worked the most for Abby, and like, because the thing is, everything that you guys have talked about so far with Last of Us, and I don't disagree with you because I do like a lot of what they did, and I like that they took chances. Like, it's coming down to just the narrative about it, which is good. Like, it's a really strong narrative, but I still think that the way the narrative is structured, it gets in the way of the game aspect of it. Like, it does.
Can you explain that more? 'Cause I don't.
Yeah, like, what do you like?
Really
what do you exactly? Yeah, I don't agree either, but like, I would love to hear your point.
I think the moment-to-moment gameplay is great. It feels incredible to play that game, and I wish I could do it more. The narrative, the way it's structured, the way Ellie's character progresses, the way Abby's character progresses, the screeching halt in the middle, they pick and choose when you have like a role to play. Like, I listen to me. I hate the whole "why was The Last of Us 1 not just a movie?" I hate that so much. But
say that one more time. What happened?
Not just a movie?
Yeah, no, I hate when people say like, "Why wasn't The Last of Us the original just a movie?" Because it's just walking. Like, I hate that point so much. But I do think with I think as a game it doesn't work as strong. I think the confines of it being a game are sacrificed for the narrative, and I think the narrative is so strong compared to other games that it's really impressive on a narrative front. But like, gameplay wise, they pick and choose when you can kill, and I do think that affects the game aspect of it. I think that the whole, like, if you want me to care about Abby, and I did, Abby is my favorite character in the game. After we go through Ellie's whole thing, we get back to Abby, and we're playing as Abby. I gotta beat Ellie up. I know why you made me play as Abby. I know Ellie got away in the end. I know it wasn't a happy ending for her, but like, it is just the narrative at that point. The gameplay is great, and I think progression is what is hurt by the narrative, because there are points where, like, I never felt like I was Ellie. Like, I was watching this whole thing happen, and I was shooting a couple things here and there, because like, that's really what it was. The narrative at its core is there's bad things on both sides, and
sorry, go for it.
The only thing I was going to say was I went on that ride, but nothing I did, like, as a player playing this game, fed into, like, I'm trying to articulate it the right way, but like, the narrative is good. It's strong. It stands apart from other games' narratives, and it's bold on that front, so it is excellent in the way and against its contemporaries. But the way it's like blended in with what you're doing in the game, they don't mesh in a way that makes it as satisfying as like, I feel like I'd get the same satisfaction if I just watched this, truly.
Wait, hold on. That last sentence. Can you say that one more time?
I feel like I'd get starting from there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like I would get the exact same message and satisfaction from this game if I just watched it all instead of playing it.
Oh,
no,
I so disagree.
I
Oh my god,
disagree.
Christian,
like,
what?
The point?
That's crazy.
I feel like the point of this game is, for a good half to 3/4 of it, you are doing things you do not want to do, and
Exactly.
like, that was not
100%.
the point of the part one. Like you were progressing through that game to get to an end goal, and there was always like hope at the end of it. And with part two, like the gameplay is, I think, meshing with the narrative because you are progressing through Ellie's story, and you do not want to. Like
I do though. I want to see the ending.
Yeah,
No,
but you
but
don't want to do
you don't
what
want
Ellie
to
is.
do that. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I didn't really care because I feel like I have less of an attachment to Ellie as you guys do. Because like I'm there for the story that they're telling, because that's what Naughty Dog does best. Like their gameplay historically is fine, and here what I'm trying to say is like their narrative is excellent, but they're doing things where it's like, yes, I have my own opinions on the story as it goes, but the way they tell that, I feel like can be ham-fisted. Like press square to kill Nora, man, like I know that wasn't on the screen, but like when there's that integrated versus at the end of the game when like you're going through that camp and Ellie's murdering a million other people, like I feel like their point gets muddled a bit by the end. Like I think the game would have been a lot stronger. Like my issues with the pacing aside, if we ended it on the farm the first time, if we ended it there, I think the message would have been a lot more impactful. I think where we get with, listen, I know where we get with Joel. I'm glad that exists. I know we can only get there if we win again. But I don't think that makes up for the way that like their message is at the end is like everyone's bad. Like
no, but like you're you're not supposed to want to go on Ellie's last journey. That's the point of it.
I know.
You know
I know
what I'm saying? Like you're not supposed to want to do that.
I know.
So
You know?
the farm is the idealistic movie ending.
Yes.
Like, and The Last of Us has never been that.
I mean, I disagree.
And no, so at the very end of The Last of Us, the first one, Joel lies to Ellie. And going forward, we know like that causes a rupture in that relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And like we know, and like everything that Joel does at the end of the game cements the Last of Us universe as like being a dangerous place. And like going forward, the narrative is going to follow that. And we get that with Last of Us Part 2. And if it ended at the farm, that would be like so. I remember taking screenshots of like sitting on the tractor with the baby. And I'm like, wow, I can't believe the game is ending like this. And it doesn't.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Yeah.
And it doesn't because that was never the purpose of this game. And it ends exactly where it should, I think.
I mean, I think it would have been a stronger ending there because it hits the point harder that the hero can be a villain because like Ellie has to live with what she did. Like I think they doubled down on that at the end, and on my replay I was like, it doesn't work as much because I think the idea of Ellie living with Dina and just being a shell of a person at that point that was just burnt out by revenge, haunted by like the memories of Joel and everything, I think is a lot stronger to speak to the consequences of a cycle of violence. Because like that's a terrible life. Like if you do that, you have your consequences there. And I think that's, if they ended it there, it would have been a much stronger thing of like, hey, you saw what can happen to people if the person you thought was the hero goes down a path that is bad. And then we were like, and to make sure you get it, we do it again. And then she loses more stuff.
That would strip Ellie of her choice though. And the whole point of that ending is Ellie gets to choose. Like she gets to choose either Tommy or Dina and the child, and she chooses. And like that's the life she leads now is because of that choice. And I think if it ended there, that would have stripped Ellie of her ability to choose.
But does the ending we do get change anything else besides Ellie choosing to do it again?
Here's why I also disagree with the farm being the ending, right? Is that
also sorry
like,
to step in. I think we're getting into hypothetical. I don't even think this is like worthy of discussion.
I just like the reason I brought that up is because I do think ending with the second rush on the thing, like again, like with the pace of it all, like going back out again, I think makes the point super obvious. And I think like the idea of ending where we thought it was ending is more haunting, and I think that's a more realistic ending than like, let's go on a second abridged revenge quest and have an even worse time for Ellie at the end of it all. Like, what was gained from doing it again? That's what I think it's like narratively. I don't understand what was gained again, except like Ellie fucked up again and she lost more.
I think it's way more haunting that, we hear conversations of Ellie and Dina wanting a house on the farm, right? Like early on in the game. And Ellie traded that. She even traded what was her pie in the sky, like wanting this out of anything in life anymore, right? Like she went as so far as to trade that. She has a child. She has Dina. She has a farm on the house, just like she always envisioned, and what her and Dina were talking about in Seattle, right? And where we see Ellie now at the end of the game walking away from that, literally and metaphorically, she no longer has the tie to Joel anymore. You know what I'm saying? And like these are all things but like I think that is way more impactful than where we would have hypothetically ended off with during the farm. Like I think that's way more like way more impactful. Like fuck. Like she could have just not,
For
but
Ellie, yes. For Ellie, sure, it would be more impactful. For like the ending we got, I see what you're saying. I agree with that. I think it's more the message of the game is what I get muddled on with like the second revenge quest. Because like I agree with you that like yeah, the points of like Ellie's character, but like that's not what the game's about, is it? It's about there's bad on both sides. So like why does returning to Ellie and allowing her to go out again, she doesn't like it's splitting hairs of like what you think is like her better ending, because I think she would have been, if we left off where we thought it was ending, I don't think she's happy either way. But like I just don't know, like the message of the game, I think getting to go out again and kill more people isn't as strong as it is if you see Ellie living a life that she can never be happy in. And I know that's a hypothetical, but I think the second like revenge quest, like Kevin said, is in service to Ellie's character, but that's not what the game's about. If I have to spend half of it playing as Abby and really liking Abby and realizing that Ellie can be bad and Abby can be bad, like the ending is where it gets muddled for me the most, I think, in addition to the middle screeching thing. I don't know if that's just what reason that is, but I do think there are like they make sacrifices, I think, for the narrative and the story they tell that I don't think fully pay off, and it could have been shorter. So
no.
I think we all disagree, but
yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think me
like,
and you disagree, Jack.
Well, yeah, that, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Regardless, I think 7 Remake is number 2 on this. I feel. I'm just trying to whittle down. I'm just trying to whittle down the choices.
You're so right. Yeah.
Like,
yeah. I think
do you guys
ultimately Remake
agree with
is
that?
number 2. I personally do. Yeah. If you want my 4 right now, it's Last of Us Part 2, Remake. Honestly, now I'm second guessing Hades and Ghost, but for right now purposes, I'll say Hades and then Ghost, because I feel like Hades did more original pushing elements of gameplay that I didn't expect. Like it gave a refreshing like variety to a game genre where you're supposed to be doing the same things, and redoing and retrying the same formulaic things. Like not even just like going beyond the aspect of just like of the nature that all of these stages change every run, right? Like not necessarily even that, going beyond it of like having to make these really interesting choices that could really affect your entire run. Like, am I going to, allocate my time to doing this challenge where I could get more coins to be able to use somewhere else, to maybe I could even get another Death Defiant back in like a later stage, or am I going to choose Zeus to get a power up now? Like they just do really cool stuff that I think is commendable. That, you know what? Yeah, I taught myself off of it. It's Last of Us Part 2, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Hades, Ghost of Tsushima.
I agree with that, but I would switch Ghost and Hades for me.
Which I totally hear you. Yeah, I totally hear you.
Yeah, I think my top 4 for like number 1 to last would be uh, Hades, 7, Ghost, then Last of Us. Because yeah, I think everything Kevin said I agree with on Hades. I think everything it does for its genre, I genuinely I do think other roguelikes will copy Hades. Like I think they will try to go for it the way they mix narrative and design, because that's why Hades got like worked for me. We joked about it before, but yeah, like it made me like a genre. Like it did. I swore off roguelikes forever because I just thought they were dumb and they didn't respect players. Contextually they made it work, and like they crafted the narrative around the gameplay in a way that makes sense in universe. Clearly there's a lot of replayability. They reward you for multiple victories. There's so many ways you can go about it, whether it's the weapon you choose or the boons you go for. And I have not felt more like I've never had stronger reactions this year, like doing anything in the game. Like Jack, I think I texted you this. I was like, I beat the Minotaur a couple nights ago after many attempts, and I was up at like 2 a.m. and I was shaking. Like my hands were shaking.
Yeah.
Same.
And I think the way it blends its story, characters, and progression on all those fronts, mixed with the repetitious "we don't respect you" elements of a roguelike, make it work in a way that I don't think any other game has for me. Everything Kevin said about 7 Remake also, I'll co-sign. Ghost, I don't think it does anything bad. I think it plays something safe, but everything it does good to great, and Legends is amazing, and Last of Us is 4 for me because I do love it. It's one of my favorite games this year. I think it's Naughty Dog's probably like second best game. I think it's better than the first Last of Us.
Wait, is Uncharted 4 your favorite Naughty Dog? Or 2?
2 is like one of my all-time faves. I think 2 is like my third favorite game of all time.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. That caught me off guard.
No, yeah, it's okay.
Wait, what is your favorite Naughty Dog game?
Like, my heart choice is Uncharted 2. I understand that. I've yet to play Lost Legacy, and it might like outdo some things, but I think it might be Uncharted 4. Okay. In terms of like the balance of what they try to do with their stories and their gameplay and what they offer there, I think Uncharted 4. Really, the only downside with Uncharted 4 is that it's a little long, I think.
Uncharted 4 is my heart choice, but that's interesting. That's very interesting.
Yeah, Uncharted 4 is incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Uncharted.
So I did. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I just have one last thing. Like I was, one second. The only reason that I don't think Part 2 is up there is just because, it's 4th for me. I do love it. It's one of my favorite games this year. But I think it is about the narrative. The narrative is incredibly impressive. It doesn't hit everything, but I respect it, and I'm glad it exists. It's incredibly bold, but I think some of the sacrifices they make for the narrative don't pay off for me in the end. So
I feel you. I did some math, fellas. So what I did was I took everyone's ranking. So we have my list: TLOU 2, FF7, Hades, Ghost. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? But I just realized I did it backwards. I'm gonna explain it. Hold on. So
okay.
That was mine. Jack's
number 1 gets the most points. Number 4 gets the least.
Yes,
doing
thank
it like
you.
Mathematically.
Yeah. That's what I did. Jax is TLOU 2, FF7, Ghost, and Hades. Christian's is Hades, FF7, Ghost, and TLOU 2. Right. Out of those, TLOU 2 has 9 points. FF7 has 9 points. Hades has 7 points, and Ghost has 5 points.
So Ghost is 4th then. Like absolutely.
Yes. Yeah. So Hades would be 3, and then FF7 and TLOU 2 are now tied, which is just
the reason I say 7. This might be unfair, so let me know.
Right.
The reason I say I haven't played it, so I
Right.
say 7 Part 2 is, or 7 Remake, excuse me, is number 2. Um, is I also think Kevin, your number 1 is Part 2.
Yes.
So that could just be like a which is better, and we
Yeah.
could just go down to that. And I think we already know the answer. Out of like how
Yeah.
the 3 of us would vote.
Yeah. It's hard. FF7 has my heart forever. Right.
Because you guys could both say Final Fantasy 7, and that could be the
Yeah, because
that would be.
game of the
Yeah.
year.
Kevin, let me ask you this: with
Yes.
7 remake, like I understand with 7 remake, it's like a tenth of what the original game is in terms of
Yes.
storytelling, or not storytelling, but like progression in the story. I like the only thing I can say as a bad thing about 7, like the reason 7's not number 1 for me, and it honestly it was a coin toss between Hades and 7. Like I want to replay 7, but the one thing I don't love is Hojo's lab. But even at that point, I was still having a blast with the combat, and so I didn't mind it.
I understand that. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's still incredible to play. It was a good challenge. It was just I wanted to get to the ending at that point.
Yeah. I think we have a similar type of thing where I wish we covered more in the remake.
Mhm.
After playing the original game, I wish we went, because Jack, you have no fucking idea, bro. Like the remake part in the original is, I promise you, maybe 3 hours. Maybe 3 hours. And they blew up that 3 hours into a 45-hour game,
Mhm.
which like a lot of it is great.
And I think
Right.
it's paced very well too, because like
Yes.
you would think that if they're blowing 3 hours up to 45, it's a lot of downtime. And like there's some side quests, but like the side quests you do get like tidbits of lore out of. Again, it's really fun to play, so you just get to play the game more. But yeah, like 7 Remake is one of my favorite games of all time. I similar to Kevin, I don't know if I should make that the number 1 over Hades then, but like I don't know.
Yeah, FF7 is tough, man, because I think we're in a very similar boat, just like off of talking, where it's
Mhm.
like, yeah, it's my favorite game I played this year for sure. But yeah, and like I think its only downside, like aside from technical standpoints, where some doors looking crazy, some skyboxes look crazy, you know what I'm saying? In like a bad way.
Yeah, they're like it's just like super flat textures, Jack.
It's
I don't know if
very
you saw 'em.
flat. Yeah,
I haven't
they
seen him yet.
Okay.
yeah, they look really flat
Yeah.
in some areas.
But like it's none of the characters, you know, it's nothing major. It's just like there's a, like Kevin said, there's a door and there's one specific area where a skybox or like a floor box looks like very, very bad.
Like you're on a higher elevation and you're looking down at a city, and that looks wild. Like
It's just
it
flat.
looks- it's flat. It's
Like,
flat.
you
Yeah,
know-
it's really, really bizarre.
You know, in like a
Yeah.
kindergarten where you had that like rug that was like a town.
Yes.
It's like that, but
It's
brown.
It's that.
Gotcha.
Absolutely.
But-
Yeah.
Yeah.
But goddamn, it's so good. It's so good. But in hindsight, I do wish that we covered more in there. While I do get why they left off here, because it's a perfect place to stop, you know, the actual like Midgar section. But I wish we went a little bit more. I'm not sure where we would have stopped at. I just wish we covered a little bit more.
Yeah. Now that we're
You know.
talking about it more too, like I feel like the recency with Hades is swaying me a little bit too, but like man, 7 Remake, man, it's like I
Like,
if
yeah,
we want
that's-
to talk
that's-
about like making bold choices, it's Final Fantasy 7 Remake. And Jack, this has zero context for you, and it's not even spoilers at all, but like if you want to tune out for a sec, it's like
Yeah,
a
go for it.
sentiment. Like it's Final Fantasy 7 Remake, and they said, screw it, we're gonna do something new. And that's how they like that's the feeling they give us to look forward at the rest of this initiative. That is insanely bold for Final Fantasy 7 Remake or Final Fantasy 7, you know? Like that's like, Jack, for comparison, think if some company was like, we're going to remake Metal Gear Solid, and by the end of it it's like, oh, like the big villain of the series doesn't exist or something like that.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
it's that drastic for a game so beloved, and for me, the new direction worked really, really well. And yeah, I might switch it. I don't know.
Here's the thing. Okay, let's play it out, gentlemen. Let's say that Christian does switch Hades and FF7, right?
Yeah, because
let's just say
on my GG,
that would push
7's up.
Now we got a ball game.
that would push FF7 to 10, and then put Hades at 6.
Well, here's the
So-
thing. I never played it, and I just
I know.
put it at number 2 because I was like, I think that's where it's gonna land.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I it's a weird instance of an outlier where compared to you two,
Because
I have
otherwise that'd be
far
my
too
number
low- yeah.
4, and that would not be fair. I think.
Right. Well, considering I have your number 1 at number 4, and if you put my number 1 potentially at number 4, how does that net out?
Yeah.
Wait, okay, so if
Kevin,
Jack
do-
puts
yeah.
FF7, so if Jack swaps FF7 and Hades,
No,
where
so
it's-
bring Final Fantasy 7 down to 4 and everything else up.
I see. Okay.
Because like that, since I'm the outlier with part 2 the lowest, and if it's out of these 4, and
Yeah.
Jack is putting it at last place, would be 4th. So like,
Like, yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think that probably makes sense.
5. Okay, so if we did that,
and I know it's a tricky position because I know Jack, you haven't played it, but like,
Yeah, I wish I did. I do apologize.
it's all good. Because listen, last year Kevin and I were like, yeah, Death Stranding, Goaty, and then like 2 months later we were like, oh, it was Resident Evil 2. We just didn't play it. But
Oh, you guys didn't play till like Christmas?
yeah, because I got it for Black Friday and I played it this year
Yeah.
for the first time, and I'm like, oh, not only is it one of my
Am
favorite
I-
games ever, but
am I doing this after you changed yours, Christian, or no?
yes, so 7 would be first for me because like 7's been number 1 on my GG all year. I'm just in a Hades mood right now, but
So yeah, so list your top 4, Christian.
first place lowest,
Yeah.
or like number 1 to number 4.
Yeah, number 1 to number 4.
Okay, number 1 would be 7 remake. Number 2 would be
Mhm.
Hades. 3
Okay.
would be Ghost. 4th would be Last of Us.
Got it. Okay, I got it. Give me
And
a
mine
second.
would be part 2, Ghost Hades remake.
Okay. give me a
Guys,
second.
I do like part 2. I love part 2. I
No,
promise.
yeah. We are arguing over like semantics, like at this point.
Yeah,
get-
it's still
yeah.
it's an incredible game, and I truly believe that it is one of the best of the year, and only Naughty Dog can make it. It's just there's a couple things that didn't work for me, and
I
it's
gotcha.
not even the popular things. Like,
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I don't think that opinion could be found between the 3 of us. Like,
no. Like,
in the
Okay.
slightest.
If that's it, Last of Us Part 2 wins at 9. Final Fantasy 7 is at 8. Hades at 7, and Ghost is at 6. 9, 8, 7, 6.
Dude, shout out Hades.
wait, so what, was Hades 3rd or what was that?
Hades is 3rd.
Mhm.
FF7 is 2nd. Last of Us Part 2 is at number 9.
Yeah. So I think the only way it wouldn't be Last of Us is if Kevin changed anything around with 7, and I don't think he's going to. So unless you have any other things you want to say about 7, Kevin, then I think it's locked probably.
The ball is in your court, Kevin. You could decide the fate of
All
this.
I want to say, Final Fantasy VII Remake made Kevin buy old hardware this year and play 2 other games.
I want to see what's inside Kevin's head right now. Like, if I could have a mental image,
There's
I
so
would
much
love it.
pain. I'm like going through see, because I think what would be a different future is if I went back and played Remake again, knowing the full Final Fantasy 7 storyline.
Remember
You
when
know.
we did our spoiler cast and I was telling you, like, Kevin, you're gonna love these things when you figure it out.
Fuck. I know.
There's no wrong
Oh,
answer.
shit.
That's the thing.
Oh shit.
Do you want to talk through anything, Kevin? Like, say what you're thinking. You know,
Jack,
let me.
here's-
So 4,
Yeah,
just
go
to be
ahead.
super sure, 4 was Ghost and 3 was Hades for sure. That's a lock.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, yes. Ghost is number 4, Hades is number 3.
Okay, so those are taken care of now. Sorry to cut you off. Please continue.
Jack, here's the thing, right? There's a very, very famous, iconic moment in Final Fantasy VII, right? Where you fall from the heavens and you meet Aerith. That's all I'm going to tell you, okay? That shit makes you want to cry. Like, even thinking about it, okay? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is so, like, fuck me, you know?
Like, the further we've gotten away from 7, the only thing that's made me doubt myself on it is that, like, it's one part. But I think, like, Kevin, what you said, like, if I replayed it, I'm sure, like, that would be the last thing on my mind, because it's a complete experience. It has an ending, you know? It's like we'll continue this, but it's satisfying. Like, that's the reason I think I was doubting it a little bit.
To be
go ahead.
I was gonna say, to be the devil on Kevin's shoulder to Christian's angel, I will say with part 2, like, the industry stopped when that game came out. Like, all eyes were focused on that in a way that I don't think that was necessarily as present with 7 Remake, even though, of course, there was, like, full-blown attention there, of course. And I also think, to an extent, I don't think it's that present, but I do think the fact that 7 Remake is based on a prior story and that is adapted into Remake puts it in a somewhat different light to part 2, which is, of course, is continuing on from Last of Us, but it is like a new opportunity at a completely new story that they just fucking nail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to an extent, like, in that camp though, also, like, 7 Remake, like, and it's hard to say because I don't want to, like, say anything too blatant, but Kevin, you know, like, the spirit things, you know, like, that's very, very different.
Fuck,
like,
man. Like, Jack, hold on.
I know what you're saying. I know that I'm sure it's
Yeah.
very different from what I've heard.
Like, there's a world where the 7 Remake Part 2 isn't even called 7 Remake, and it is completely different to where the original goes. There's a world where that happens.
It as far as I'm aware, does something I've never seen a remake do, where it's like, hey, the next parts, we could virtually do whatever we want at this point. And that's either, I don't know how that's gonna shake out, to be honest, because, like, I think, like, there are certain story beats that, you know, me not having that much nostalgia for FF7 because I've only played it this year. There are certain things that I didn't know about FF7, about what happens in the story, that I don't think it would be FF7 without those things. You know what I'm saying? Sure. So I wonder if there's some cool things where, like, we kind of have this, like, bait and switch where, like, some things are going to change, but ultimately there are huge things that happen that is still fate, even though that goes against what they tried to do with the first remake, you know. So I really want to see how that shakes up. I think this conversation. Sorry. Oh, yep. Go ahead.
This is kind of like tangential, but did you watch Advent Children also?
I did.
Okay.
I did watch Advent Children, and yes, I did play Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core. I'm looking at it right now over there. I did do all those things. I replayed part 1 and the DLC. I did do that in preparation for part 2, you know. Oh man, god damn it. I didn't want it to fall to me, you know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry.
It is literally all you. There is no wrong answer here. Like,
do we want to, I know that this is a half a joke. Do we want to put a pin
Christian's in it? Like buttering, hold on, I gotta be honest. Christian's buttering Kevin up with all these, like, confectionaries. Like, ooh, what about this? You remember these sprinkles that you could eat in this little part?
Well, here's the thing. Like, talking about it, because, like, I feel this way with a lot of games too. I, like, after the initial month of, like, beating it, as time goes on, I just keep doubting myself. I'm like, it probably wasn't even that good. Yeah. which replaying part 2, I still think it's really, really good. I just like had more things that I didn't like about it, but like talking about 7 Remake again, it just really, it makes me want to play it again. When we did our top 10 games as a Gamescast topic, I think I had 7 Remake at like in my top 5 all time. Just, and that was like a couple months removed, but yeah.
Jack, I always want to play Final Fantasy VII Remake again.
Dude, if that's your answer, I think you should go for it.
I always want to. And I'm not saying I don't want to a part 2, because both of them I'm waiting for a PS5 patch, hopefully. Right.
Yeah.
And I think I will play part 2 again. Right. That will happen. But I think there's a specific mood that I'm gonna be in to go through that again. Right.
Yeah.
Final
So
Fantasy
there's,
VII
I feel like there's.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go for it.
Go ahead. It's just like Final Fantasy VII is like, it's like a Star Wars for me. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, not where it's like I'm so fucking down. Like I'll always be down. You know? Fuck.
I feel like there's like 2 ways of thinking of this. Like the one way is thinking of like, this is the Joy-Clicks list, and like this is your opinion, and like, so there's that option. You can always just be like, I think this is better than this. It sounds like Final Fantasy is that choice. But there's also like, of course, we heard that Shrek was inaugurated into the film registry with The Dark Knight. The Last of Us, in terms of video games, part 2 is that game. Like, it is one of those like crowning achievements that if it's like, we have like 5 games to tell you what video games can do, Last of Us Part 2 is in that conversation.
Yeah.
With Shrek.
And I think that is the perfect way I was trying to articulate it. I think same exact prompt, I think part 1 would get it over that. That's what my point was earlier. That's not what we're talking about right now. You framed it in a perfect way. I had to make it clear.
Yeah. I don't know if I agree with that.
No, I know. That's what the disagreement was. I just wanted to...
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to say. I couldn't find the words thing.
God damn it.
The other thing I was saying, we can put a pin in this until Jack plays 7 Remake.
That's an option.
It's our list.
It is, but
We could do a January situation, because I will probably have beaten that sometime in January.
I'd replay 7 Remake in the next couple weeks, probably, because I wanted to get the platinum. So
Did we just have a 4-hour Game of the Year discussion and not cement it?
No. I don't
'Cause
want to.
That's fine. I agree with Christian. We could do that. I don't think... Here's the thing, though. Final Fantasy VII Remake would have to be my favorite game of all time.
I just don't.
For it. For me to be swayed.
I mean, Jack, I think we have like some crossover with our taste in games, like JRPGs aside, even though you're on the Pokemon train now. Like within the first 2 hours of Final Fantasy VII Remake, I was like, this could be my favorite game of all time now. And I think a replay might cement that. Yeah. Like I said, because I've just been ever since the first Last of Us came out, like as I get away from games I really love, I'm like, I was probably overreacting. Yeah, out the gate with 7 Remake, I was like, oh, this could dethrone Kingdom Hearts 2 after 14 years of that being the number 1. To the point where I think there's that potential there for a lot of people. Maybe not you, but I do think, based on what I know about your taste, you'd probably enjoy it, you know? And it's hypotheticals at that point, but from my perspective, with like my approach to it, my taste in games, like it was thrown into that conversation for me in terms of favorite of all time. And there's a world where that still happens. So
yeah, I mean, I expect to love Final Fantasy VII Remake. I don't think I'd be swayed though. Like
Yeah.
this is all down to Kev.
Jack, what is so hard about it, right? Is that like I know that when I replay part 2, right, there's gonna be new moments in there where I'm gonna cry, right? Like I'm gonna cry from Joel playing Future Days for Ellie in the way beginning of that game. Like I'm sure there's others that I just can't think of, right? But fuck.
Omar is saying he needs to know Goaty tonight, so no
I
pressure.
get choked up thinking about Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I've played it once. You know what I'm saying? That
See, that's
game,
how I feel about part 2.
That game solidified a genre that I wasn't sure I was ever gonna like. You know, Pokemon helped too.
Kevin, I feel like you have a pull towards One Direction,
Yeah, and
not the band.
Here's the
And-
thing.
I think you should follow that
can I?
if
Yeah,
that's how you feel.
I want to throw one thing out there too. Like I knew Final Fantasy VII going into remake, and I still really really loved it. I'm not as vocal about it as Kevin is, but I do think the way Kevin talks about it like speaks to the fact that this was his first experience with it, and it had that effect on him. So like it's not nostalgia, like because I don't think I have nostalgia for it. I played it in 2015 for the first time, so, but like going in, I had a different read on it than he did. That's all I want to add.
I just remember like being so like incredibly immersed and like lost in Final Fantasy VII, right? Like it truly like sparked like a kid type of emotional reaction of like I was at work nonstop, like what the fuck is gonna happen next? Like where are we going? Like where are we going? Like with this cast of character. But then I felt that, but just a different way in part 2. You know what I'm saying? Like
It's hard
like,
to compare because I bet
It's
the emotions in Final Fantasy are just radically different.
it's very very like they're I think both similar heights and similar like amounts, right? But just
Yeah.
different things. Where it's like FF7 is like intrigue, wonder, adventure, right? Like just this like magic to it, right?
Versus
That makes you wanna,
despair.
like, or no, I mean like with versus like drama, right? Like this
Yeah.
this like emotional like looking at a car crash type of effect where it's like, oh my god, like what the fuck is unraveling before me? You know what I'm saying?
We're not journalists here. If you think
Listen,
Final
I'm
Fantasy
gonna go-
VII like has
I'm
your
gonna go
heart,
with my heart. I'm gonna go with my heart. Final Fantasy VII Remake is game of the year.
there we go.
Final Fantasy VII Remake changed my life. like how I fucking say that shit. Like it changed my fundamental like likes that I've never had before. You know, like I legit cannot wait to hear Jack and his journey. You know,
I'm stoked.
This was my.
It makes me more excited that this game won Game of the Year. Because
Yeah,
like I thought we were gonna
don't-
come in, I was like, oh, this is gonna be really boring. Like part 2 is just gonna win because
that's
I
what I
already know
thought
your guys'
too.
top
You
3.
know, like that's what. But like, yeah, it's just man. There's just certain undeniable emotions that I feel. You know, that's like
yeah.
nah, it's remake. Like I want to play it right now so bad.
And this all stems back from me convincing both of you to play Pokemon.
It does. It does.
But
It does indeed.
yeah, as it stands, the top 10 games of the year for the inaugural JoyClicks Game of the Year Awards are number 10, Astro's Playroom. Number 9, Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. Number 8, Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Number 7, Ori and the Will of the Wisps. Number 6, Spider-Man Miles Morales. Number 5, Animal Crossing New Horizons. Number 4, Ghost of Tsushima. Number 3, Hades. Number 2, The Last of Us Part 2. And number 1, Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Well deserved. That was an excellent conversation.
Fuck, man.
Yeah.
That was a lot. That was a lot.
It was. I didn't know how long it would go, but it was fun.
Yes.
I know that if I went into 2020 into 2021, right? I think I'd have a similar like effect with this year, Christian. How we were like, "Yo, Resident Evil 2 remake is the one,"
Yeah.
right? Like, I think that I would have had a similar type of regret, low key. You know,
Yeah, because like, it's just so good. Like,
it's fucking perfect. It's fucking goddamn.
From the way I've heard you guys describe that game and talk about that on Gamescast, Kevin, I think you made a very wise decision.
Yeah,
At the end of Last Crusade, when Indiana Jones gets the Grail, you chose wisely. That's what you just got.
damn.
Well done.
Damn.
The wild thing is,
I just need a PS5 patch for that game, honestly.
I thought you just said,
60
I
frames.
just need to pee.
No.
no, I thought you were saying that too.
I thought you were-
I need a PS5 patch, yo. I need that in 60 frames immediately.
Gotcha.
Jack, there are
Expeditiously.
2.5 hours of conversation lost to Destiny that made this choice very obvious.
Oh, with your
Our lost spoiler cast.
yeah, that's sad. I remember that.
Wait,
What?
which one did you guys lose?
What?
No,
Which
you're
spoiler
No,
the
I'm
Gamescast.
sorry. I meant you and Kevin. You and me.
The Final Fantasy one that you guys lost.
Oh,
That's what you're
yes.
talking
Yes, right.
Because Jack
I
brought
thought
up
we
the
were talking about
Gamescast
different
convos. I was like, hey, man, if you would have heard that, you would have known going in.
Yeah.
I'm just glad that I think we're gonna record a better one.
Oh, absolutely.
Me having full context of everything, it's
Mhm.
it's gonna be way better. Way better.
Also, we can have Jack on that one too.
That's very true. That is very, very true.
So
We could. Absolutely.
there we go. Congratulations to all the games. Great year for games.
Yeah, it was an amazing year.
It was
Incredible
4.5
year for
hours.
games.
Holy shit.
I didn't hear that last one. It's just amazing. Just
Mhm.
good. Just great.
Wow.
No word that starts with an I.
That's
Jeff
like
Keighley.
4.5 hours, guys. Holy shit.
I mean, I had a feeling it would be at least one of the awards would have been long, or one of the
Yeah.
conversations. I genuinely did not think I would be sitting here seeing anything but Last of Us in number one, though.
I agree, and that's why I
That's
like
yeah.
I liked where that conversation led. I'm
Mhm.
glad we got where we did because
Yeah.
I did not expect that, and that was more exciting.
Wow.
Well, that is, like Kevin said, 4 hours of Game of the Year deliberations. Those will be edited down to probably like a 5-minute video over the next 7 days that will be posted here on the channel to recap everything. It's going to be a nice, fun presentation. And we still have to crown the new conference champion. We'll probably do that next week and then close up for the year. But I was going to say too, because we have to do the conference thing, if there's a time that works, maybe we just do individual top 10s and we just have a nice casual conversation about it, and then everybody can say their piece about their favorite games.
Yeah.
So like I said, the recap video will be posted in the next week or so, going over everything. We got one more Gamescast in the chamber for the year, and that is Game of the Year. So how do we feel, gentlemen? We feel happy with the way things went?
Yeah.
I despite Last of Us 2 not winning for me, that was an excellent conversation.
That was
Yeah,
that
I'll
was a
reiterate.
fucking
That was
goddamn.
that was well done.
was
I
wild.
really do think Kevin made the right choice for him, because like hearing him and hearing you guys just talk about that game this entire year on Gamescast, like that, I think that makes the most sense.
Yeah. Like, straight up, if I beat Ghost earlier today, I was starting a new 7 playthrough before this. But until we meet again, Kevin, where can everybody find you?
YouTube.com displays in source. We're probably gonna maybe stream Ratchet. I'll probably stream some Ratchet tonight. There's some really cool stuff where if you're wondering how Genki found out that Miles was Spider-Man, you can find that answer out on the channel. You can do that. And Ratchet and Clank streams are still continuing on through break. Twitter at PSourceVids, all that great stuff. So you can check out all that good stuff.
Jack, what about you?
Jack.
Sure. You can follow me on social media at Fascinated Jack. Christian and I have a Marvel's Avengers podcast. Yes, that Square Enix Crystal Dynamics game. It's still going.
Winner of
We have a podcast. What's that?
So the winner of one award tonight.
That's right. Best podcast game. I'll stand by. I think I was the most adamant about that winning that particular one, and I'm walking away quite happy. Yeah, we have a podcast called Excelsior. You can find that on Joe Click's YouTube channel, Apple Podcasts, and Spotify. And keep an eye out next year for some Pokemon stuff if you like Pokemon, because something might be coming back again.
Yeah. You can follow me, Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, Chris N. Buckley. This will be uploaded. The VOD should be up as soon as this is over, probably whenever it processes. Like I said, the full edited highlight reel of the winners, the nominees, the top 10s, top 5s will be posted youtube.com/joyclicks in the next 7 days. Until then, though, it was a pleasure. Congrats again to the winners. We're all winners tonight. We all got something that we wanted.
It's true.
So, until whenever we decide